recording?
Recording in progress.
Recording. Great. All right. Calling the May 7th Planning Board meeting to order. We will start out with public participation.
Great. So I will start by reading the rules of public participation for the meeting. Can you see my screen? Is that showing? Somebody
Yes, you're
confirm?
good, Vivian.
Great. Okay. So I'll just go through these quickly and wanted to thank everybody from the public for joining us here tonight. So I'll read these rules for participating. And first, just wanted to let our participants know that the city is engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. And this vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. And you can find more information on this participation and engagement vision on our website. And I'll just go through some examples of rules of decorum that are found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. And these will be upheld during this planning board meeting. First, all remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And lastly, participants are required to identify themselves using the name they're commonly known by. So first and last name typically, so that we can call on you and we know who's speaking. So I see, for example, that somebody's joining by telephone, so I'll get in touch with you to see if you plan to speak during the public hearing portion. Similarly, if you only have your first name, you can send me your last name through the Q&A function and I can change how that appears on our site. So to let us know you want to speak, at the right time, we'll ask for people to raise their virtual hand and you can hover your mouse or finger over that virtual hand icon. And if you're on your phone, you can raise your virtual hand by pushing *9 and then later pushing *6 to unmute yourself. And this just shows another way to get to that hand by using the reaction. So now we just sharing my screen. This is open comment part of the meeting. If anybody from the public wishes to speak at this time, we're asking for people to keep their comments to items that are not public hearing items later in the agenda, because you'll have a chance to speak to those items then. So if you want to speak to anything else, we can call on you at this time. And you would do that by letting us know and raising your virtual hand. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So I think we can move on, Chair.
Thanks, Vivian. Hold on, I'm gonna mute my, sorry everyone, I'm just getting used to our new setup. A second here. There we go. Better. We're going to go through the minutes for approval. We've got a set of 3 minutes to approve. The first one on March 5th. Does anyone have any comments, or does anyone want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
We have a second.
I'll second.
ML seconds. Okay. Just go around. Kurt?
Yes.
Mason?
Yes.
ML?
Yes.
Claudia?
Abstain, I was not present.
Mark?
Yes.
Okay, and yes for me. All right, moving on to the next set of minutes, which was on March 19th. Does anyone have anything they want, or to go ahead and make a motion Looking at you, Mark.
Move to approve.
ML moves to approve.
I second.
Mark seconds. I think it's just me. Laura was not there and Kurt was absent, so I approve. And we can move forward. And finally, the meeting minutes on April 2nd. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve them?
I move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Claudia seconds. Okay. ML?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Mason?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Hey, and I'm sorry, I need to adjust my vote on the first one. I need to abstain as well. I was
Oh,
not.
thank you. All right. Moving on to the dispositions of the planning board call-ups and continuations. This is not a call-up, right? Does anyone want to call this up? Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Do we need to move to approve that, or is it just is what it is? Just is what it is. Okay. All right. We're going to move forward for why most people are here this evening, which are the two public hearing items. The first one is the public hearing and consideration of a site review and use review at 3,300 Penrose Place for 100% permanently affordable housing redevelopment with 113 residential units, an on-site leasing office, and a daycare center, Head Start classroom with play area. The proposal includes pursuit of landmarking and repurposing the original portion of the Geological Society of America building and developing 4 additional residential buildings on the site. The proposed daycare requires a use review, reviewed under case number LUR 2023-00044. All right.
All right. Good evening, board. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. My name is Shannon Moeller with the City of Boulder Planning Department, and I'll be giving a summary and staff presentation on this site and use review. Let's see here. So first we'll take a look at the planning process to date, the existing site and surroundings, a summary of the project, key issues, and the staff recommendation. Planning Board originally heard a concept plan, a proposal on this item back in 2022 and provided helpful and positive feedback. We'll touch on that a little later on the presentation. The item was not called up by City Council at the time of the concept plan, so tonight's site and use review applications are the next step for the proposal. So again, tonight's considering a site review. This is required based on the size of the property and because modifications are proposed. These include a parking reduction, height modification, and setback modifications. The proposal requires a decision by the planning board due to the proposed height modification. The board's also considering the use review for the daycare center use, which is the proposed 20-child Head Start classroom in a portion of the existing GSA building. A use review is required for a daycare center use in this zoning district. This site was posted and public notification provided per code. Some public comments were received on this item. These included primarily concerns regarding parking, the proposed height modification, and impacts to wildlife. The written public comments were included in the board's packet. So moving to the specific site and surroundings, this is a 4.75 acre site located south of Diagonal Highway and north of Iris. It's located between 30th and 34th Street. Wonderland Creek is open along the southern edge and flows through the site before being piped below Iris Avenue. This site has been developed since the early 1970s as the headquarters of the Geologic Society of America organization. And the original portion of that GSA building was designed by a local noted architectural firm, and the actual design was attributed to architect Art Everett. This building has been found to be eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. It's an exceptional example of brutalist architectural design. There was a later addition to the west end of the building that was completed in the 1990s, but the original portion of the building is intended to remain and be adaptively reused through this project. An individual landmark designation has been submitted to the city's historic preservation program, and review of that application will be finalized following the planning board's decision on the site and use review applications. So here you can see some photos of surrounding properties. The surrounding area was constructed across several decades from the 1960s through the 2010s. It encompasses a range of land uses from office, non-residential to multifamily, creating an eclectic mix of architectural designs and ranging from buildings from 1 to 4 stories in height. Just to the southeast are 1.5 to 2.5 story office buildings. To the northeast is the Christ Mortuary. To the west are 2 to 3 story financial office buildings that have parking or vehicle circulation at the ground level. And to the south across Iris are high-density residential uses. The Remington Post condos are 278 units in 12 3 to 4 story buildings. And there are also 2 large Brookdale assisted living facilities at either end of the Iris block. These are large multi-story buildings with heights of 40 to 43 feet. Wonderland Creek passes through the south end of the site, where improvements were completed as part of the Wonderland Creek Greenways Improvement Project. This provided flood mitigation and a multi-use path connection along Iris. Following these improvements, a letter of map revision was reviewed and approved by FEMA just recently in March of this year. And this resulted in the current floodplain extents that are shown here. The proposal will follow this established floodplain and allow for the creek channel at the south end of the site and the accompanying floodplain and wetlands areas to remain and be protected. The site is well located to take advantage of multiple transportation connections. As shown here, the site's directly adjacent to the existing separated bike lane and multi-use path along Diagonal, as well as the multi-use path south of the site along Iris and Wonderland Creek. The site's also located close to several transit lines and facilities. The Bolt transit route providing service between downtown Boulder and downtown Longmont has a nearby stop at 34th and Diagonal. The Bound transit route provides service along 30th between Basemar and Diagonal Plaza, and the nearest stop is south of Iris and 30th. And the 205 and 208 transit routes both have stops nearby at the corner of 28th and Iris. They provide service between downtown and the Gun Barrel area and out to 55th and Arapahoe. And there's also a bus bike shelter close by at Diagonal and 30th Street, which assists with last mile connection options. So moving to the BVCP land use designation, this site and surrounding areas are designated high-density residential, so that's where attached residential uses predominate. The property is zoned RH4, residential high 4, primarily used for attached residential uses and where complementary uses can be allowed. So the proposed attached residential units are permitted by right, and the daycare center use can be approved through the use review. So moving on to the more specific proposal, this is just a comparison of the concept plan reviewed by Planning Board back in 2022 and the current proposal. As you can see, they're very similar in design, both with the general same building types arranged around a central open space area, and they both include adaptively reusing the original GSA building. They both included proposed height modifications, parking reduction, and setback modifications. And at the time the concept plan review happened, the planning board found that the site was an appropriate location for higher density residential. The board appreciated the site layout and incorporation of the existing structure and expressed support for the building and parking designs. The board also recommended good bicycle and pedestrian circulation and connections throughout. So moving to the proposed project, again, the applicant is proposing the adaptive reuse of the GSA building, which is labeled as Building A, and construction of 4 new residential buildings that would provide a total of 113 new permanently affordable apartments. These would range from efficiency living units through 3-bedroom units. The proposal also includes the Head Start classroom for 20 children on the ground floor of the GSA building, along with a leasing office. The site plan is derived from the adaptive reuse of the original portion of the GSA building and the development of a campus-like configuration with a proposed building surrounding a central open space that's the focal point of the design. From the central gathering space, pedestrian pathways move outward, connecting the buildings across the site and connecting to the multi-use paths at the north and south edges of the site. Here you can see access and circulation. Vehicle circulation makes use of existing conditions where the site takes access from 34th Street via Penrose Place, a private street access that is part of the subject property. Vehicle access is maintained largely similar to existing conditions. Pedestrian circulation paths extend from the central gathering area out toward the edges of the site. The proposal provides a unique mix of usable open space areas. The central gathering area provides decorative paving as well as lawn areas, pedestrian paths, seating, planting beds, and a playground. Other areas retain the existing natural features, such as the Wonderland Creek corridor at the south end of this site and the landscaping surrounding the historic GSA building. Overall, this proposal provides 42% open space where a minimum of 30% is required. As noted earlier, the proposal's located in a well-connected area for transportation via bike and transit, and it encourages use of these modes of transportation with the vehicle parking reduction request and a transportation demand management plan. A total of 99 vehicle spaces are proposed on site where 146 would otherwise be required. This results in a 32% parking reduction request. The request is supported by the TDM plan that includes eco passes for residents, infrastructure improvements such as connections to the adjacent multi-use paths, and provision of 235 bike parking spaces. The proposal provides an e-scooter parking pad designed for use with Lime e-scooters to encourage last-mile connections, and the proposal provides discounted car share rates for all BHP residents. The proposed parking reduction also allows for the design of the site to reduce the amount of land devoted to parking and also allows for locating parking in less visible areas of the site, with the bulk of it provided as tuck-under parking and podium parking within or under the buildings. Here you can see the proposed building designs. The existing GSA building, again, would be adaptively reused. And the 4 new apartment buildings shown on this slide would be constructed around it. Buildings B and E are 3 stories and are designed with tuck-under parking. Building C is 4 stories, and the lowest level is partially below grade, provided as parking. The 3 upper levels face onto the central gathering space, and this building also provides upper level community and outdoor gathering spaces for the residents. Building D is 3 stories and is located internal to the site with entries directly onto the central gathering space. And the architectural design allows for the existing GSA building to be highlighted against the contemporary designs of the new buildings. These buildings are designed to provide a nod to the elements of the historic building. The proposal is eligible for and has requested a height modification. The proposal is eligible for a height modification under criterion V, which is shown on this slide, where the proposal is a 100% permanently affordable development. A development with at least 40% permanently affordable dwelling units is eligible to request the height modification. The proposal includes modification requests for the 4 new buildings. These range in height from 39 feet to 49.5 feet, where a maximum of 35 feet is permitted by right. The site review criteria was updated in 2023 to include additional criteria specific to buildings requiring a height modification. The proposal has been designed to comply with all these applicable criteria, and staff found the proposal to be compatible with the height, mass, and scale of surrounding area, which includes many larger floor plate buildings of 3 to 4 stories in height and an eclectic mix of high-density residential and business uses. So moving lastly to key issues. Staff identified these 2 key issues, the first being if the project meets the site review criteria, and the second if it meets the criteria for a use review for the Head Start classroom. In terms of the first key issue, as noted earlier in the presentation, staff found the requested modifications, which are listed at the bottom of this slide for height and parking, met the associated review criteria. As noted in this slide, the proposal also includes 2 small setback modifications at the corners of the site due to the angled layout of the buildings that are derived from the existing GSA building. Staff is supportive of the setback modification, which allows for the arrangement of the site and for the open space to be gathered in that central area rather than at the edges where it would likely be not as usable. So overall, staff found the proposed modifications were appropriate, assisted with the development of a high-quality design and met all review criteria. And overall, staff found the proposal consistent with the site review criteria, including with the underlying BVCP land use designation of high-density residential, and with many policies of the BVCP supporting preservation of historic resources, a mix of land uses, and development of additional housing, providing a high-quality design, and locating infill in appropriate locations. Moving to key issue 2, a use review is required to allow for the proposed Head Start classroom for 20 children, which is located on the ground floor of the existing GSA building. The proposed Head Start classroom is intended to serve families residing on the site and would allow for direct service to the neighborhood and allow for a complementary mix of residential and non-residential uses, while having little to no impact on surrounding areas, as it would adaptively reuse the existing GSA building that has been used as a non-residential use for many years. Staff found the proposed Head Start classroom was consistent with the use review criteria. So with that, staff recommends a motion to approve the site review and use review applications. The applicant is here and will also have a presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Great presentations. Anyone have any questions? ML?
Thank you. Yes, Shannon, thank you very much for the very concise and clear presentation. I really appreciate that. So my question is, on key issue number 1, you talked about the setback that was part of the request there. And I don't see any, do we know what the impact of that setback might, or that reduced setback might be to the adjacent properties? Is there a road right west of this? And along that, I'm not sure what that building is on the southeast. Anyway, do we know what the impacts are to the adjacent properties? Because that's generally what setbacks are all about.
There we go. Okay, didn't turn my mic on. Yeah, so the setbacks, we did evaluate those. I think the main thing that we typically see with setbacks is to provide adequate spacing as well as landscaping, and to allow for many of our other development standards to be met. In this case, we did find that there was still adequate space and that our other design guidelines and development standards were met. So we didn't have a concern with modifying those to allow basically those corners that are highlighted in the blue. I don't know if you can see those. They're quite small, just those little corner edges of the buildings.
Okay, otherwise the rest of the building meets the 17, meets the setbacks.
That's right.
Except
It's
for those
really,
little corners.
Yeah, it's really those small corners that are highlighted in blue.
Quite negligible. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Shannon. I appreciate it. That was my only question.
Mason?
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. The Head Start classroom, do you know if this is an expansion of the Head Start program, or is this a classroom that's moving from someplace else?
I don't have any information on that, but I think the applicant could speak to that in their presentation.
Okay. The other question I had, and it was a little unclear from the slide on the movement of cars and bikes and that sort of thing. It looked like the main connection for bikes is probably going to be on the south side with the Wonderland Trail. I mean, obviously you can go out on the road and get to it a different way. I see that that's marked as walking trail going down south there. Do you know if that's meant to be paved and not accessible, or not accessible to bikes? Sorry, that wasn't very clear.
My understanding is that you could take a bike there. I think it is designed as a little bit more of a walking path surface, but I believe you could take your bike down there and make that connection, yes.
So the delineation between multi-use and walking paths is just that the multi-path is the city multi-use path.
Yeah, the city multi-use paths are those that are in either the public right of way or we have an easement for. That's right.
Great, that's super helpful. That's all the questions I had.
Claudia? Go ahead, Mark. Okay. This may be a question for the applicant, but maybe you know it. What are the neighborhood schools associated with this site?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know we do generally send a referral to BVSD so they can comment on the application. I could see if I have that in my files.
Okay. Maybe they know. That's it for now. The other questions are for the applicant. Thank you.
My colleague Mason poached my question.
Kurt, do you have any questions before we move on? No?
I have no questions for staff. Thank you.
Great. I had one quick question. I know that the heights referenced in the document don't include the mechanical, correct?
That's correct.
So when you go to that elevation slide, where you have all the buildings in there, yeah, that one. So I'm mostly curious, and this is probably more a question to the applicant, but I asked staff, just as we see all these flat roofs buildings, and some people have creative ways of handling the mechanical, are we seeing any projects that are able to just contain that mechanical in a different way where it doesn't sit on top of the roof like a hat?
Yeah, I know there's been different approaches to that. I would say currently what we're seeing a lot of projects having to address is the increased requirements of the energy code are resulting in a lot higher height mechanical units to meet that energy code. So the applicant could probably better address if this design is somewhat
So,
responding
and I
to
can't
that.
read it on this page. What is the height of that mechanical screening?
Let me try to zoom in here real quick.
And then I thought it was interesting while you're looking that up that the older building somehow, I don't know if it's just omitted on this particular document that we're looking at, but somehow doesn't have mechanical on the top. And I guess I can ask the applicant as to why that is.
Yeah, that may just be not shown
Okay.
on this image.
Okay. Yeah, and I can put a pin in the, you can get us the height later, and I can put a pin sort of, I'd love to have a discussion at some point on how we, like, holistically as a planning board, understand the different options that are available to developers to meet our energy code and still somehow address the mechanical beyond just these large screens.
Yeah, the mechanical's 9 feet,
9
but
feet.
per the code, it has to be below 16 feet. That would be the max. So that's
Okay.
pretty significantly under that.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any other questions unless anybody else does. Oh, ML does.
You triggered my memory. Thank you, George. So I do have a couple of other questions. I'm looking at when you did your analysis under the BBCP criteria C, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And I am curious what I am not sure that the current energy code has any references to carbon reduction. I know that the proposed changes will have that. So I'm curious, will this project, have they already applied for a building permit?
No, the applicant would have a few more steps to go through before a building permit application. I would probably direct more questions about the energy code to the applicant team. I know they do have plans regarding how to address the energy code specifically. So
Right.
they may have more thoughts on that.
Okay. And can we look at that perspective again that was just up to see the roofs? Those are fine. I don't see any photovoltaics. And I know that Solar Ready is a part of the requirements. Are they, well, again, you might not know. We don't know. Are they proposing to have photovoltaics on these flat roofs? And if so, of course, they would add another dimension to the roof because they probably wouldn't be flat. Do we know the answer to that?
I can try to look at the plans. I don't recall if those were shown on the roof or not. I would say most of our projects tend to have those just in order to meet the energy code at this
Right.
point.
Do you have any other follow-ups, ML, or are you good?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought Shannon was looking something up. Yes, I do have one last one. Under the site design criteria, site review criteria, B, the building and site design requirements for height modifications. Item or article B5 talks about the hard surface areas are provided with unit pavers. Blah, blah, given the option of pervious versus non-pervious. And it sounds like this project is proposing all non-pervious for their hard surface in the outdoor. Is that correct? And I'm curious as to why we aren't asking for that to be pervious material. Given that there's a creek close by and the difference in heat sink between the two.
Yeah, so I think this central area is kind of the area that's intended to meet that site review criteria for kind of a central gathering space, sometimes referred to as like a courtyard. So
Right.
these sort of what color is that? Like a light brown at the edges of the courtyard, I think, are a decorative paving, and then the central area has this big kind of great lawn. Oops, excuse me. Switching slides here. Great lawn space. So I think there is a mix of pervious and impervious space in that
Right.
space.
I'm looking at that decorative, that criteria talks about, you know, pervious or decorative. And I'm curious as to whether there was a conversation to persuade the project to go to the pervious versus the impervious. Did that come up?
I don't think that came up during the review. No, not that I recall.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. That's all the board's questions. Want to go to the applicant's presentation.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Planning Board. I'm Ian Swallow with Boulder Housing Partners. I'm a senior project manager in charge of the 3300 Penrose project. So happy to be here tonight. And yeah, I'll be happy to answer a lot of those questions that came up when you were chatting with staff. So I will keep my introduction fairly brief here. I think you all are very familiar with BHP. We're the housing authority for the city of Boulder. I always like to share sort of this first slide just to give you a sense of our mission and vision. We really are focused on creating a more affordable, inclusive, diverse Boulder, and we think this project will really help us continue to fulfill that mission. Again, I think this slide, a lot of numbers about who we are. What I like to highlight. We have about 1,600 affordable homes in 39 different communities throughout the city of Boulder. And so I almost wish that Google Map was a little bit bigger, because one of the things we really focus on is providing housing options throughout the city. And I think that map shows it well. So that's affordable options for folks who may need an efficiency up to a 3-bedroom, which I think we're excited about at this project, and those options kind of throughout the city of Boulder. We're the largest residential landlord outside of the university, and we take that role and responsibility very seriously, especially with our new developments like this one. And then this slide, I'll hand it over to Bill, who can talk much more about some of the planning aspects. I did just want to highlight something I think we're really excited about, especially in the development side at BHP, which is this third bullet point, which is an area I think we've had a lot of success with recently, which is taking what we would consider underutilized infill sites in the city of Boulder and sort of transforming them into much more community focused, providing housing in areas that maybe didn't have it before. So I'll just quickly, we're nearing construction completion on our Mount Cavalry senior housing site, which is the adaptive reuse of a historic church with senior housing. We're also under construction on the Raleigh Flats community, which is 100 units. That was the site of a former gym and sort of a evolving part of town. And then, a site like this, which, really came to us through COVID with an office use that you had a user who decided, they have a massive building. They have about 4 staff that permanently work in that building. And, could this be better used both for the GSA as well for the city of Boulder? And so I think it's those types of partnerships that have really made some unique communities and allowed us to create housing in areas that maybe wouldn't have been possible 5-6 years ago. So I think we're really excited about that, especially at this site. I'll hand it off to Bill, who can give you much more of the details, and then happy to answer any specific questions.
Thanks. So Bill Halicki, Coburn Architecture. We're really excited about this project. You don't get to do this. This is like, I don't know of another project in the country like this. So our whole team is really very excited to be part of it. It's we're reusing an existing building. So, and that existing building is all made of concrete. So we don't have to get rid of any of that embodied carbon. We don't have to toss it in a landfill. All that embodied energy gets saved. But it's not just a building that happens to be a concrete building. It is a really incredible structure. It's certainly of its time. It's this kind of horizontal prairie style brutalist building that you would never kind of think of when you think of affordable housing, but it ends up being like the perfect centerpiece of this project. So we get to save that. We get to landmark it. We get to landmark the whole site to the north side of it. So its presentation, all this existing old landscaping gets to stay. And then we get to convert what's really a kind of a bygone commercial building from an era that doesn't really exist anymore. And as Ian said, like 4 people are in this building right now. We get to transform that into housing that we need as a community, but not just any housing, 100% affordable housing, right? So it just keeps getting better. It was originally designed as this sort of rock on a hill. It was this big 4.5-acre site, 4.5-acre site. And there was this concrete rock up on a hill, which is, you can guess why. I mean, it's the GSA, the Geological Society of America. So we get to take that sort of unique siting and then build off of that and create a campus, which we never get to do. It's always buildings on streets. And this particular thing gets to have this sort of really walkable focus, which is very cool. It's going to be extremely sustainable. There was a question about solar panels. We're not showing any because BHP separately funds the solar projects that are done through grants and other things. So this commitment is to meet the energy codes for the city, But if you go back through BHP's portfolio, they've slowly added solar to every project. And this may have a full solar canopy by the time it's done in permit, but it would be done separately. So it'll be extremely sustainable. And then because of the way it's sited, we get to like take the emphasis off the car completely. And the one slide that Shannon had up, we'll come back to, the focus isn't on the car at all. So you just don't get to do this. This is pretty cool. Shannon showed this, I won't dwell on it, but the site's highly served by alt modes. So getting rid of the car as a primary organizing focus makes a lot of sense from a site planning standpoint. And although the site's commercial now, Shannon also pointed out, it's in the middle of RH4. So this becoming residential fits the pattern of the zoning and the patterning of the surrounding properties. But you end up with a site that's really rich. You know, it's not just a rectilinear pattern, but it's highly organized. The original GSA building sets off at an angle, which really kind of points to the mountains and down the slope. So by bringing the buildings around it, and instead of like one big building or some kind of, you know, massive structure, it's really kind of a neighborhood feel. We create all these little moments throughout. We'll get to all of that in a minute. But just to touch on some of the stuff that Shannon was talking about, when we came here at Concept Plan, and I realized there's been a lot of turnover on planning board since we were here at Concept Plan. But there was really good feedback. I think there was a lot of, again, it's a special project, so you can probably surmise that there was a lot of support. But a few of the things that came up that we've been focusing on was this idea, if you're going to de-emphasize the car, let's make sure that the bike and pedal connections are really tied in to the northern and southern citywide connections. I'll point that out in a minute. Really a lot of support for landmarking the existing building. The one thing that came up, which was really kind of cool, was remember this was all a big landscape site, and there was a lot of trees that have been here for 40 or 50 years. So one of the directions, which was a good suggestion, was, hey, when you're organizing these buildings, you got a bunch of smaller buildings. Can you site those in a way to preserve as many trees as possible? And you saw Shannon's diagram of the concept plan to this one. It looks really similar, but the buildings are scooted a little bit to try to capture the trees. And you can see on this drawing, it's a little bit tough from that far away, but all the trees that are lighter green are existing trees. So we've kept, you know, scores of trees that are on the site now. The new trees are in the darker green. So we've managed to keep a lot of those existing trees. The height modification came up primarily because I think the rules were a little different at the time, but it's still true. 100% affordable is needed for the height mod. So it's still 100% affordable. That's like a check the box. And then right sizing the parking was sort of a big conversation. So right now we have 113 units with 99 parking spaces. And so we talked about that a little bit. BHP has really good data for all the other properties that they have. And so they went back and tried to gameplay, like who's going to live here, what types of folks will live here, how many cars will be needed, who has access to bike paths and all of that. And then put into that the idea of this third party user like a Head Start, and what was the right number of parking spaces. So that's what they've come up with, and feel pretty confident that that's the right number. It's a good mix between being aggressive in terms of removing parking and the cost of parking from affordable units, and still keeping enough parking for the folks who will need it. But with that parking, we'll talk about the parking in a second. Sorry, got my slides out of order. This is the organizing paths of travel. And this is a new slide that staff's requesting. And since we've been doing it, we think it's extremely useful to figure out how the paths of travel will move through the site. So we've added a little bit to this to, I think it was Mason's question, where will you be able to bike? So I won't go through the same stuff that Shannon did, but just as a quick overview, what we're trying to do, bigger picture, is keep the cars on the outside of the site. So the orange is the cars. They're kept on the north and to the perimeter. So you park your car, then you get out and you walk. Bikes can go all the way around the site. So that's the red on this, or the magenta. So the magenta is the city paths and the red are our paths, but that's where we expect the bikes to go. So they can get to all the sides of the site and get really close to the buildings. But the heart of the building, which is blue, and the accessible paths are in green, those are walkable. That's where you walk. So we're not expecting bikes to whip through the middle of this. That's kept to pedestrians. But bikes go to the outside and cars are kept to the periphery. And the way we handle that with the parking is that we put the parking, for the most part, on the outside, in or under buildings. So the blues are showing up pretty close on this monitor, but the darker blues are underneath buildings and hidden from view. Shannon sort of alluded to that we're trying to keep the footprint, the visible footprint of the parking really low. And then the lighter blue is the parking that's actually exposed. There's not too much of it. The orange kept into the buildings is the bike parking. So we have two main repositories of bike parking. One is in the existing building, which is right where you come to the site from the north. And the other is in building C, the building on the south side. And I should highlight that is the second floor of this part right here. So you just take the elevator up and get to the bike parking. So the bike parking is secure in buildings. One of the things we've found is that there's so much focus on bike theft that putting the parking into the buildings is safer than putting it in a cage or outside. And then this open space is a really unique opportunity. There's a couple things going on here. One is that we have this excess of open space per code, quite a bit of excess. Part of that's because in the light blue, we have conveyance. So we can't put a building there, nor would we want to. But it allows for a really open area of open space, and it can be utilized in a different way, right? It can be contemplative. You can walk through it. There's actually a path that you can kind of stroll around. You could do things like throw a Frisbee or a baseball or something in there. And it's a kind of a unique resource that most residential projects, neighborhoods don't get to have. And that also allows us to really be directive about how we're using the rest of the open space. So the bright green, for example, on the two corners it's still pretty good size, but it's smaller, and it can be used by like a family or a couple people, or a place to hang out with your dog or read a book. We've got this central core that Shannon also brought up, and we're viewing that as like the exterior living room in the project. So that's that the white circle in the middle, and that's this grassy center spot. Right next to it is that darker circle. That's the playground. So we've got a place where all the eyes can be on the project. There can be real community interaction, and it's a really safe place to let your kids play. Playground's right there. There's a lot of eyes on it. You're not worried if they're wandering off the site. And, I won't go into the rest of the detail. One other thing I'll mention is the north side of the site is really sort of a garden, the way it's currently landscaped with the existing trees and bushes leading up to the landmarked building. That will all be landmarked too. So it's sort of landmarked in place as this original nod to the intent of the first design. And there's plenty of other different landscape moments too, just to highlight the big ones. There's this real richness in the open space that we don't always get to do. And then a few more renderings, you've seen some of them, but I want to talk about the architecture a little bit. So this is that central living room, this outdoor living room. And the architecture of the buildings, we went around on this a couple of times. We had an architecture that was fairly similar to this when we came at concept. And then we started drawing on it. We changed it quite a bit and had these other ideas for what we're going to do, and sat down with staff. And the more that staff and we kind of worked on it, the more we came back to the original concept as the right one, which was to really have a nod to the existing building, but not have it be a replication and not have it be completely different either. So we're doing things like the protruding roofs, the existing building, all the corners, the roofs flare out. It's a really cool move. We have public spaces up on the upper floors, you can see on the upper left of this, and the roofs fly out over that to have a nod, but it's a very different application, right? It's not this heavy concrete thing, it's this flying wood thing. So it responds to the existing building, but it's not at all a replication, it's of its own. So we sort of do that throughout the project, where we're using some of the same language, some of the same massing, some of the same vertical windows and things, and putting them into the project as reverberations kind of the original design. And this is that same interior living area. This is looking the other direction. And you can see it from up above. So what's really cool about this space is just because of the way the existing building laid out and the way we kind of put the buildings around it when we were laying all this out. Sometimes you get these heart spaces, spaces in the middle of projects, and they feel like you're very much on display. And that's not a great thing, right? It just erodes that feeling that you can use it and the feeling of, say, privacy from the balconies that look out on it. Or they can get too big and you just don't have that feeling of neighborhood or community where you're all the way around it. In this particular case, it worked out to be kind of right in the middle, just perfect, so that there's enough space here and enough landscaping in different areas that people can have privacy, but you still feel like you're part of a community. We're pretty excited about that. And then the other part, this is the southern side of the building. as you're looking at it from the southern road. We can't bring the building up to the street like we would typically do because we have this floodway, but we can design this building so that it has a really approachable front, and it feels like we're trying to put a front of the building on the street. This is really the back of the building, but again, working with staff, we've designed this as a front. So even though it's 150 feet away, it still feels like it's giving an appropriate face to the city. And then one last view. This is from the west, looking across the site. Again, this is a floodway here, so we can't put a building in it. But it has this sort of, and to be honest, was sort of unintended when we laid out the site. But it has this memory of the original conception of this rock up on a hill. These buildings sort of sit. And maybe it's a scree field now, I don't know, that's what I've been kind of calling it, but it has this memory of what the original design intent was. So with that, I'll quiet down and answer questions if there are any. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Bill. Questions? Mark?
Thanks, Bill. This is, to me, an exciting project. And my first question, and this pertains to your project, but it pertains to the Business of Planning Board. And maybe BHP or you can tell me how much money comes to develop this project from the city's inclusionary housing ordinance.
Astute question.
Yeah, great question. I can speak to that. So it will certainly vary by project. So it's a competitive application to the city for those funds. We have typically seen in the range of probably $80,000 to $120,000 per unit that comes directly from the Inclusionary Housing Fund, and then we would expect a total development cost, which will include I qualify this because the number can scare folks. It'll include an appraised value of the land at the time we start construction, essentially. But that would probably, for a project like this, be around $600,000 per unit. That's not what it costs us to build it, but that, just to give you a sense of like percent of the total capital stack. The city, say $100,000 out of a $600,000 unit is what we would expect from the city of Boulder.
Would you be able to do this project without the city's roughly 100K per unit?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And of course, I ask this we are routinely peppered with comments and questions about, well, it should all be on site. The developer gets away with this. So anyway, to me, this shows a product that where our inclusionary housing funds have been put to good use. Okay. Does BHP provide eco passes for all of their residents across all your sites in the city?
So we do not have a blanket EcoPass program. We do, of course, provide the passes for the first 3 years to all residents after occupancy. We track usage and then work with the city on whether or not we continue that program. And basically, our policy is if there's a community that's using them, if there's folks that are using them, we're not going to take away a resource, right? But we do not, blanket provide it for everyone. And frankly, we have very wide amount of utilization depending on the site, depending on the location. It tracks as you would expect. Those in more transit-rich locations get used more. We've seen a little bit of I don't want to call it a skew in the data, but in the last, I think it's nearly a year, RTD has been free for folks 19 and under, which is a huge percent of who we serve and who utilizes eco passes. So I think you might see that utilization a little less today, but a lot of that is because right now there is no fare. We hope to see that continue because that's a real benefit, but that's how we handle eco passes.
Okay. Sticking to transportation for just a second, then how many car shares are you planning? I know car shares is part of your TDM plan. What is the number, and do you have the ability to adjust that number, hopefully upwards, over time?
Yeah, so as of now, we don't have any firm commitments with Colorado Car Share. They're a very close partner. I think we have them at 4 sites right now. So here, a site like this, we would plan on at least a single car share car, but we would like to see that number go up. It's some of it is capacity from them and some of it is demand from us. And then, also that car share is not just for BHP residents. They want to look at the surrounding area, knowing the density around this area. It seems like it would be a good location, but that's where we would start. And then, of course, depending on demand, look to increase and kind of go from there.
All right. And then final question, probably for Bill. I am all for the adaptive reuse and appreciative of what you guys have done there. Does it actually represent a cost savings when compared to deconstructing, tearing that down, and rebuilding something that would be more traditionally and less brutalist daycare center?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that Ian and I have spent quite a bit of time with contractors trying to understand. And I would say, please don't extrapolate this answer to all projects, because I think the answer probably changes. In this particular case, because so much of the outside of the building is not being modified, right? It's a landmark building, so this concrete facade does not have to be upkept, repainted, fixed. We're not changing anything except for the windows. So what we're really doing is doing the inside and the HVAC system is what's happening. In this particular case, it is cheaper for us to leave that superstructure in place and add units inside. That would not always be the case, especially when you need to make exterior modifications or renovations. Then all of a sudden I would say that would maybe not be true. But in this case, it happens to be true. And the daycare is interesting because we have on the first floor a bunch of common space that we're not putting units in for a variety of reasons. And that's the intent, is to bring a community use both for this community and the surrounding communities, the general public or BHP's other projects, and add that kind of community-based, I don't know, interaction or service into the project. And we just happen to have space for it. So it's fairly inexpensive to add it here. And we can do modifications on the inside to make it pretty palatable. So this one happens to work really well. That won't always be the answer.
Great, thank you.
All right. Go virtual for a second. ML.
Thank you, George. I'm not sure. Kurt, were you hand up first? I can't tell.
I don't know who was first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Don't want to step in front of you. Bill, thank you so much for the presentation, and I appreciate your enthusiasm on a number of grounds. One is that GSA building has always been one of Boulder's 2 best buildings. So, the term brutalist sounds kind of horrific, but in fact, I think it is an absolutely brilliant example. And Muchow was one of the best architects Colorado has ever had. So kudos that we are able to keep and reuse. And I think I might have misunderstood. GSA is not remaining on the site, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So my questions, I have 3 questions. Following up on Mark's question about the alternate transportation modes. I'm understanding that you're using data from your existing, from BHP's, not yours, BHP's other projects to help establish what might be the appropriate cars needed to service this project. So my question is, and I live, fairly close to the BHP project next to North Boulder Rec Center.
Yep.
And I see what happens with cars there, and I see what happens with the car share, and it's basically vanished. And I'm just curious, is how transferable is that kind of information? Because I think that was one of the things that came up from the neighbors, was the cars and the reduction, and especially the mortuary, I think, which is just like right adjacent to this site. So can somebody from BHP just talk about how transferable is the data that you're citing to justify the right sizing of your cars?
And I'm gonna talk about BHP in front of their face for a second, because they won't, and then I'll turn it over to Ian. But BHP is unique. Every other project essentially has an individual ownership group, right? So they have to do their TDM individually. BHP has an ability to look at all 1,600 units
Right.
and figure out, ways to aggregate or learn lessons from one place and move it to another, or look at their entire population of who they serve in a different way. So they're always able to right size and make modifications as they move forward. So with that, Ian.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think, there's broad data where, right, we can look across a large portfolio and see general number of cars, general number of units, but that does not necessarily transfer to an individual site and an individual location with its specific circumstances. So, when we come up with these parking ratios, it's not sort of a, top down, the development side says, this shall be the parking. We really engage with our operation side, our community managers who are sort of boots on the ground. And we would look at, what communities near here, that have similar unit mix, what's the population, and sort of use that to make an informed decision. It's certainly not an exact science, but, we have our Kalmia community, which is just north of here. We have some communities, Diagonal Plaza, which is just south of here. That's a family site. Those are the kind of sites we look to when we're, sort of dialing in that general parking ratio. And so, if this site, I'll use our 30 Pearl community example, right at 30th and Pearl, we have a lower parking ratio in that location because it's better served by transit and it's better served by, neighborhood services. This site is still really well served by transit, and I think it's still well served by, neighborhood services and things that allow folks to live without cars, but maybe not as good as another site. So that's kind of how we get to that that 99s, and then of course also factoring in a use like a Head Start, childcare, and looking at what those demands are. So yeah, it's certainly not just we have this many cars per this many units across the city of Boulder. It's much more nuanced.
Right, right. Is there, should there be a parking issue? Because I think you're correct. The site on Pearl and 30th, you basically walk across the street and you have shops in all directions. And especially if you're families, you may not need to get in your car to go to the grocery store. But is there ever a sort of plan B if it turns out that, okay, the parking isn't working? What happens then?
It's the same thing as any community. Folks look to street parking. We look to manage it on site. Of course, when we have neighbors that are businesses, we'd work very closely with them to mitigate any impact. So, in this example, the mortuary, we would of course be very astute to, making sure folks are not parking in that lot. But, it would function similarly to any other community. I don't think that's an issue we would see, given this site and given the amount of parking we're proposing, which is actually sort of on the higher end of what BHP has been doing on recent projects for this site. But that's kind of how we approach that.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, just a quick addition to that, remember that one of the tools that they have at their disposal is to alter the TDM. So if there was a demand for cars that aren't there, the car share could go up. There could be, a different way to incentivize folks to use alt modes. And keep in mind that from the services around here, you've got a grocery store straight west. You've got services all around. So it is a really good location for folks to stay out of cars.
Well, I would agree to that, but not everybody likes to walk that distance to get to their grocery store. But I think it is a highly amenitized site in that there are a lot of options for people to come and go without using their car. So I'm just kind of wanting to make sure that the concerns that are raised and the understanding on how we got to where we're at and what we'll be approving, what we're asked to approve tonight. So I have one last question, and I think actually this is the one that follows up on what Mark was talking about. So what percentage, we're talking money, right? So this is 100% affordable because of the city's inclusionary housing input, contribution to it. If this what percent of the project, say this was going to be a market rate project with on-site affordable, is there a rule of thumb? We don't get on-site affordable. So I'm curious, how might that happen? This is 100% in the other direction. We're used to getting 100% market. So where's the middle ground?
Yeah, so, well, I can just explain a couple things, and Ian, if you have anything to add, please jump in. But if this was a 100% market rate project, the project would be required to either provide, I think it's about 28 units on site, or they could buy out of 28 units. This, as you allude, this project, when you buy out of a unit, it varies. I think it's like $212,000 a unit or something like that now to buy out of a unit. So of that 212,000 that buys out a unit, 100,000 or so of that comes here and creates a unit. So you can see that there's a leverage of that money, right? We're getting a unit for a smaller amount of money when it's offsite. So in order to leverage the money, you really need to use the federal tax credits, the 4% or 9% tax credits. In order to do that, it's almost always, and some would say always, a fully affordable site, because then you can leverage the money. So that's why when they aggregate, the offsite, when people pay the offsiting fees, when they pay the cash in lieu, that's aggregated into sites that then get spread throughout the community by BHP.
Right.
Does that get at what you're asking?
Yeah, it would be nice to find a way to get on-site affordable in the market rate projects, just because we're getting some interesting projects coming into town that have, zero on-site, and it would be kind of cool to find a way to get that dispersed in the city so that the mix is in fact a mix of income as well.
I will say to that point, so this has been an interesting education for me. So when we used to design mixed use projects, we always considered them to be mixed use buildings. The first floor has got to be one thing and the floors above are something else. So like retail and residential above. And over time, that was like 30 years ago when we were trying to make everything super micro mixed use like that. And over time, we realized that wasn't really necessary. What you could do is concentrate the commercial like on the corners and put residential in the middle of the street. And so you have, it's not vertically integrated anymore. It's horizontally integrated. And I'm starting to feel the same way about residential. I understand your point, but by turning the money over to BHP, they can kind of go around the community and say, okay, here's an area of town like Gun Barrel, I think you saw a concept plan for recently, where there isn't any affordable. So this is an appropriate place to distribute that affordable throughout the community. This is another place that really doesn't have another affordable project close except for Diagonal Court. So one thing to keep in mind is if you've got an affordable project, a half block down the street, it's still mixing it throughout the community.
Just one super quick, we can wrap this up, but the other point on this I would just add is, this project will be 100% affordable. It certainly does not mean it will not have economic diversity. We serve 0 to 60% AMI primarily. We have the ability to go up to 70% AMI with new IRS regulations. So that can be, that's a very wide range in income. So even though it is 100% affordable, the actual community itself will have folks across an income range.
Hey, ML, do you have additional questions? Otherwise, I want to kind of continue to round robin. All right. Thank you.
That was me. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Kurt?
Great, thank you. And like Mark and I think ML, I'm very excited about this project, and I'm really grateful that you have found a way to preserve this building, which is very solid and will be there for a long time, and really architecturally very distinct. So I think that's great. My first questions are about site access, particularly for pedestrians. If you live in building D or E, say, and you want to go to the southwest, let's look at that. You want to go to Diagonal Plaza walking, how would you get there?
So I'm sorry, I was getting the slide up. Can you repeat the building that you're talking about?
Yeah, D or E, so one of the buildings to the northwest.
I think you'd have two options, and you'd have maybe the more pleasant path or the straighter path. If it was me, I think I would go out. There's a bike path that runs along the diagonal directly to the north of Building E, and it's well protected. It goes straight to the corner of 28th and Iris, and then you can cross the street and you're at the grocery store, for example. The other way you could go is head south and go through the natural area, which would be a pretty pleasant experience. And then you would pop up on the bike path that's on the road to the south, and then take that across into, essentially into Diagonal Plaza at the light, and then go down that street, and you would cross at the pedestrian crossing that runs across 28th, going through the new project that's being built at that corner. So I think there's a couple of options. If it was me, I would be on my bike, so I would be on, the Iris bike path to the north.
Okay, thank you. And so following up on that, did you consider or would there be any possible feasibility to a more direct connection towards the southwest across Wonderland Creek drainage? Obviously, that would require a bridge.
Yeah.
Is that something that you looked at or considered at all?
I mean, that's again, a good observation. Yeah, we looked at that. I don't know if it was really to make it quicker, but just to create some more circulation through the site. But because that creek has recently been remapped, approved by FEMA, that's high hazard. So if we put a bridge in there, it would need a clear span. We can't even put down like a support into the high hazard zone. And it would have to be, 18 inches above the flood level. All of that means it's a pretty significant bridge. And since the city already had the one on the east side, it was pretty cost prohibitive to put that into an affordable housing project. And it would have limited value because people only have to go a couple hundred feet to the east to get around it. So we ended up abandoning that pretty quick due to all those reasons.
Okay, thank you for that. Next question is about parking. When I've been out there, I've seen people parked on Penrose. Is that something that would continue to be allowed? Well, I don't know if it's allowed now, but it happens.
Yeah, so we talked to staff about that. Technically, Penrose is not wide enough to parallel park on it. So all of our parking studies and calcs assume no parking on Penrose, with the exception of this small number of spaces on the north, which is really intended to serve as kind of a pickup drop off for Head Start if that were to move forward. So yeah, there may be informal Penrose parking now, but that would not be the intent. And that is an emergency vehicle access. It's like the fire truck turnaround. So it would have to be kept clear for fire.
Okay, thank you. Next question, and you can keep up this same slide. At the very southeast corner of Building C, there's sort of a polygonal element there, and I haven't been able to figure out what that is. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, that is, yeah. So I'll go into a little bit of an explanation. A lot of the sites that you see are fully paved now when they're being reused, and so you don't have stormwater detention because if it's already paved, you don't need to add to it. This site is not paved, so we're adding, the buildings are impervious surface. So we need to capture that stormwater before it's exhausted into the city's system. So that is a stormwater capture basin. I say that it sounds like a big concrete structure. It's not. It's just a bit of a depression, but that's what that's for.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. And then I think my last question is, it sounded from your description like all of the secured bike parking is just in two buildings, in the historic GSA building and in Building C. Is that correct?
It is, and the reason for that is security, to be blunt. So throughout the city, and certainly BHP has seen a lot of this, there's a lot of bike theft and even break-ins to secure bike locations to take bikes. So by concentrating it in two areas, that allows BHP to make that very secure and make sure those bikes don't walk. And I would just add that if housing attainability is an issue for you, the last thing you need to do is lose your means of transportation. So security for bikes is a pretty big deal.
Sure, but I assume, following up on that, I assume that it would be more costly somehow to distribute the secure bike storage into each building.
Yeah, it would make the buildings bigger, and that would start to eat into the site area because we'd have to add, right now the buildings are fully comprised of units, and so we wouldn't shrink the units, we would add bike parking. So it would make the footprints of the building bigger. The other thing is, to Mark's point, we already have this building. and we don't have to pay for it. So utilizing that existing space for bike storage allows us to put it all in one place for a really inexpensive amount of money, make it totally secure, and then add amenities to that bike parking area like bike tools, pumps, that kind of thing. So it's not just a bike parking area, but it's also a place to fix your bike up and make sure it's running.
Yeah, okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Mason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I add one answer to that? Remember that there's storage, required storage in all of the units. So if you really don't want your bike in a central location, you want to put it in your unit, you have a pretty sizable storage area that you can store your bike in. So there's an option in every unit to put your bike.
Okay, great, thanks.
Great, thanks. So awesome questions and great presentation. So going back to the oh my goodness, why am I spacing out? Early Start, is that the name? Shoot.
The Head Start?
Head Start, thank you.
Yep.
Going back to the Head Start program, do you know if this is an expansion of that program or if this is a group moving in here from a different area?
So yeah, so this would be an expansion, and as of if the community were to open today, we would not have a finalized plan with Head Start. I think we're still working through that. I think there's some work to do on classrooms and layout and costs, but we really want to preserve the ability to have them. But this would actually be a new classroom for just growing demand that they're seeing within the city of Boulder.
Of course. The one thing I noticed is there's not really, I mean, I know there's the central area, but there's not really a like a playground, for instance, for the kiddos. Is there any plan for outdoor play space, or are you expecting to just use the what you have proposed here?
Yeah, and I apologize, I don't have a more detailed plan, but the way the existing building works is there is the first floor space would be the Head Start area. There's a stair that goes directly from that space, it's a short stair, to that north lawn. So we would use that landmark north lawn as the kids' play area, and that would be just theirs. That's one of the reasons why those Head Start pickup drop-off spots are on the north. So the whole Head Start area is focused on that northern lawn for both outside play and pickup and drop-off. So yeah, we have a spot for that.
Given it's near the street, I'm assuming there will be some kind of fence or...
Yeah, I think that by code, if it's a daycare, there are certain fencing requirements. You can't just not have a fence. So yeah, it would be, wouldn't be 8 feet tall, but it would be a fence for the kid area.
You don't need that for a 3 foot tall human.
I guess Boulder kids can climb pretty well, so I don't know.
True. So I know there were previous discussions when you came for use review around expanding the number of units. I did notice that you expanded you decreased the units by 1, but did increase add 9 3-bedroom, which I actually really appreciate. I think that's going to improve access for larger families and things of that nature. But I'm wondering how that discussion went internally on trying to expand and meet those questions from the previous board.
Yeah, I can jump in and then Ian can answer. But we actually did expand the units. We added, I think, 15 beyond this, and exactly what you surmise happened. There was a desire to make bigger units instead of more smaller units. So Ian, maybe you can just speak to that.
Yeah, and that is really just based on what we're seeing in the market, where demand is. 3-bedroom units fit a very specific household type. They can often be our most difficult unit to lease just because they tend to be the most expensive. But this site felt really appropriate for adding those 3 bedrooms in, and so that's always just us working with our operations folks based on what they're seeing. And then total number of units. A site of this size, we really get to a point where it becomes difficult to finance beyond, number of units beyond what we have here. This is about as large as a, standalone affordable project that you'll see, in the metro area. And that is a result of the way the federal and state resources work. So we sort of, we don't have the same economies of scale that, say, a market rate developer does, who, they could do 200 units, they would. For us, that math's a little different. So
I'll just add one thing. With family units, having a place for the kids to play is a big deal. And there's three kinds of places. For the little kids, you need a highly controlled place. For the medium kids, you need a place where they can play and kind of keep an eye on them. And for the older kids, you need a place for them to roam. And most sites don't have all three. This one happens to have all three. So I think that's one of the reasons why it felt like an appropriate place for 3-bedroom family units. You can support kids throughout their lifespan, their growth cycle, which is pretty cool.
Does that mean you're expecting that the daycare play area will be accessible outside of daycare hours?
I don't think that's been talked through yet.
Yeah, I actually don't think you can. Childcares are extremely prescriptive with those rules on who can use what when. So I actually don't think that would be accessible to the public or
Yeah, that's-
PHP residents. Yeah.
That's my understanding too. I'm on the board for my kids' preschool.
Yeah, that's all state regulation based, so we don't have a lot of options there.
So where would be the area for the littler kids?
Well, so let me switch slides quick. So there's a playground right here, and it's contained. There's a fence on the side of it, so that's they can't wander off that way. This part is a raised plinth that walks along the building entry. So the only open part to that playground is at the this outside plaza. So it's pretty controllable for people. They can let their little kids there and sit on a bench, and really easy to watch. And you've got the whole community looking in too. So it seems like it's pretty watched, pretty controlled area.
Oh, great. Getting the baby monitor for my kids. Speaking of which, thanks, Lauren. The last question, there's a lot of outdoor space, which I love. I love this project for a lot of reasons. I didn't notice any mention of any indoor space. I know the only other BHP project that I've reviewed, there was a indoor use area, like perhaps community kitchen or something of that nature. Is there anything like that in this project?
Yeah, we actually have a couple spaces. So the main entry to the original building will be leasing offices and common spaces. So it's kind of a cool. There's a skylight that comes down, so that'll be a common area. And then there are actually what I call roof deck gathering spaces on my building numbering is eluding me, but the large building on the south side. So on the northeast corner, and I want to say the southwest corner, there are covered, kind of roof deck spaces within the building.
That corner and that corner.
Yeah.
And I have to mention this because it's crazy. So inside that main entry to the existing building, in that skylit space that Ian mentioned, there is a 5-ton geode that apparently they're leaving for us. So that's very exciting. It's called Al.
Cool. Mason, if you don't have any other questions, Claudia, do you have?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Thank you. So yeah, first one dealing with the use review component of tonight. And I'm curious where else in the area that we have Head Start programs or similar subsidized preschool programs.
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Head Start at our Woodlands community, which is at 27th and Mapleton. So we have, I think it's 35 family units and then a community building that also houses a Head Start. So it's a partnership that exists today that we already have success with. I want to say as of today, that's their only other classroom in Boulder. And I know they are currently have classroom space, but that may be moving in Lafayette and then Longmont as well. So the Head Start program is run through Boulder County.
Okay, great. And then, building on that, and you've talked a little bit about this in response to Mason's question, but what other kinds of community spaces and programming are common at BHP projects? Do you work from like a menu of things that you try to include in projects? Are you looking at things on like a per resident basis? Like how does this project compare to what you're normally trying to do?
Yeah, so this project would benefit from our resident services team. So we have, our organization, we have operations, which would be like your property manager, but then we also have a resident services arm who is, very intentionally not your property manager, right? Your property manager is there to make sure everyone's following their lease, make sure you're paying rent, and you're able to do those things. Your resident services advisor is there to connect you to resources, to be an advocate for you with your property manager. So that spans all BHP sites, and it is tailored. So, a senior site is different than a family site. So at this site, we would expect to likely have, there would be probably a half-time resident services coordinator. It's obviously, kind of funding available, and that person is sort of, a navigator for families. So, we don't always, we're not providing food stamps. We're not providing Medicaid or, Affordable Care Act resources. But what we do provide is that sort of liaison who can help you navigate the system, who can help you, with income qualifying paperwork that you've already provided for BHP. So we can help you work through that for another program if you need it. And then the other program we have, I don't know that this site would be an expansion of it. Again, it's difficult to say when we're still a couple of years out, but Bringing School Home is the partnership we have with Mile High United Way that is at a lot of our family sites, which is sort of a wraparound school program for kids living in BHP housing. So those are, kind of programs we'd see, but it is sort of site specific and more tailored to that resident profile at a specific community.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess my other question is about the central space, the courtyard, the Great Lawn, whatever you'd like to call it. I'm curious, first of all, how big is that central turf?
I'm guessing, I don't have, and I should have this absolutely right. It's about 100, and, at the widest running, let's call it east-west. Sorry, at this diagonal, I think it's about 120 feet wide, maybe 130 feet wide at its widest. And then the other direction is maybe 110 from the existing building running on that diagonal down to the play area. But lots of it is a bit smaller than that, more like 90 feet, depending on where you draw that. So it
Okay,
gives you
thank
some
you.
sense
Yeah,
of
just
scale.
trying to get a sense of the scale there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I really like that concept. I'm glad that you've done that in this design. I think that's a great space for community, especially since there does not seem to be any private open space in this development. I assume that's not a requirement for this zoning area. I see no balconies, no patios, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so this is an important one. And I'm just curious what you have done then to, with the design of the buildings, to actually make that feel like a community space. You talked about patios and balconies being a place where people feel like maybe they don't have privacy if they're being overlooked.
Right.
I think about this in terms of like, how are people accessing that space? How have you set up building entrances, windows, et cetera, to actually make that, to make it, for example, as a parent, could you watch your children out there?
Yeah.
Are people coming and going from the buildings in ways that they'll be interacting with that space?
I mean, that's a great question. So I'm going to try to answer this without geeking out on it too much and taking up a half an hour. So I'll be.
You're welcome as far as I'm concerned. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So we have a bunch of different responses for the different buildings. So the big building that runs, the building C that runs east-west, that whole bar that you see, that kind of gold-colored bar around the north side, that's actually elevated about 5 feet or something like that, 4 or 5 feet. So what we're trying to do there is create this sort of difference between where you enter the building and the space that you recreate. And that gives a little bit of privacy to the residential that's up a little bit. It also creates this really cool, originally we had a couple of stairs that came up and we had this sort of, we called it the boardwalk. But the more we thought about it, and actually it was a rendering that somebody in our office did, it would be a great place for people to kind of sit. It's like almost like stadium seating. So you can just, we just sort of tiered the whole thing. So now you can kind of sit there, hang out. Your kids can be down there playing. You can be socializing or sitting up on the boardwalk. So that was like one area. The smaller building on the west side has 2 main building entries, which you can kind of see. There are these 2 yellow paths in. And so that has a different approach, right? Those have, a more formalized building entry directly off the space. In order to deal with that, we have this landscape area right out in front. So you're not going directly out of the building into the grass area. So there's, when we talk about building thresholds or building entries, we talk about them in terms of these different layers. And one layer is where you actually pass through the building. The next layer is where you're getting ready to pass through the building. The next layer is the walking path. And then there's a layer outside of that where you're actually like stopping the walking. And then there's a socialization. There's like all these different 5 layers that we kind of build up. So that's what we're doing here. We've got the entry location, then we've got an awning that comes out, then we've got a landscape zone along the building, then we've got that walking area, then we've got an eddy on the outside of that to protect this interior grassy court from all of that. So we're kind of creating these veils that help give you this sense of privacy or the sense of removal, so you're not on display. And then with the existing building, we're a little more, our hand is a bit more forced because it exists, but we do have, the building does not enter directly onto the open space. You come down this walkway because the entry is sort of up a bit, and you come down this meandering walkway, which is actually existing and we're landmarking it, and come down into the space sort of in a more organic fashion. But again, there's that grade separation there, so that helps a bit. So I'll stop. Sorry.
Thank you. I really like that, especially on building C, that elevation. And that wasn't clear from any of the drawings. Thank you.
I think everyone went. I'm going to ask you a few quick questions. One was my question about the mechanical.
Oh, yeah.
We got a bunch of questions from the public about height.
Yep.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the mechanical top hats. Is there anything that can be done to somehow mitigate those?
Yeah, again, I won't take up 2 hours. I have lots of thoughts on that. So the primary problem is exactly what staff is saying. So we used to use individual residential condensers on roofs, and they're only like 2 feet tall, and that wasn't a problem. But what we moved to is a system called VRF, and VRFs are great from a sustainability standpoint. They can run in heating and cooling, and they can actually, like in Colorado, when it's 50 degrees out, you might have one side of the building that's in the sun that's in cooling, the other side's in heating. You can actually use the waste heat and cool to do the opposite sides of the building. Super efficient. Unfortunately, they're 5.5 feet tall, and they need to sit on an 18-inch curb, and they need to have a 2-foot hood on top to protect them from snow, and that makes them 9 feet tall. So now we've got this 9-foot screen. There's a couple of things that could be changed in the code, in my opinion, that would help. The first is that the mechanical screen is required to go as high as the unit is tall. And that works great if you're 40 feet up in the air or 50 feet up in the air looking straight at it. But in reality, we're required to pull that screen away from the unit because we need airflow and things. So we're supposed to keep it in the middle of the building so it's hidden, but then you pull the screen out and now all of a sudden it's 9 feet tall. We really could probably hide that unit line of sight with like a 6-foot wall. So we could drop it like that. You never see it. That would be great. The second thing is, we're always up against the height limit. This site's a little different. We really want flat roofs because the existing building's a flat roof. But when you have, when you can incorporate a sloped roof, this is Alpine Balsam form-based code. You're going to see a lot of this. We can actually put a well inside of a sloped roof, and you don't see the mechanical at all, right? It's just hidden in the hole. What I'd really like to do, and what we're really trying to do as an office, is take the architecture of the building and design the mechanical system to be part of that architecture. So while it may be taller with these new systems, it looks like it's part of the design rather than something that's plunked on. And we're trying to do that here too. Yeah, it's a problem. It's getting worse because of the changes. And I think some tweaks to the code and some tweaks to the way people approach projects could help.
I appreciate that. Where is the mechanical on the existing building?
Yeah, so the existing building has 2 heights, and there happens to be an area well cut into the taller one. So the mechanical equipment actually sits in a hole in the roof. And that's because it's only 2 stories tall. We have the height to do it.
Got it. Those are my questions. Anybody else have any last questions for the applicant before we go to the public? All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the public hearing portion for this agenda item. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Chair, I also wanted to point out that we had a problem with the Zoom link.
Hey, Vivian, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, let me. Do I need to get closer? How about now?
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Okay. So we had a problem with the Zoom link that we had provided to the public, and at least one member of the public was unable to connect in time. And so we proposed to reopen the open comment, but perhaps after this public hearing item.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. That'd be fine for that person.
Okay. Great. So let's focus on public hearing now, and I ask the few members from the public who are here to please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Each person has 3 minutes. Okay, we will start with Lynn Siegel. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Who there didn't know that it was me that couldn't get on? Ha ha ha. Okay. First of all, there's a problem of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is a program for the 0 to 60% income range. And that's just not okay. The second problem, affordable housing does not make housing more affordable. Affordable housing in a saturated market, in an inelastic market, just makes more people. It makes, no matter what you do with the cars, no matter how much car share, no matter how much bicycles, no matter how much, you've got people, physical people that crowd all the places in the town. And they all the events, at all, congestion on the roads, more people. Good God. I mean, the dark horse, the all over town, there is nothing. This is the biggest building boom. It exceeds all the others that I've heard of. Stop already. We just don't need more affordable housing that drives up the demand for affordable housing. It's an endless, deep hole for Boulder Housing Partners. So of course, what I say is do not give any parking restrictions, do not give any height amendments for anything. Do not give any benefits of any type. No height limit increases. Nothing. I mean, they have a right to build. I don't support this project. It's very creative. Bill, you're a great creative guy, but if you're going to landmark Geological Society of America, God forbid, landmark Gilbert White's place that Pete Weber is working on, the little house stuck between these huge condos at 613 Walnut. That's what needs to be landmarked.
Thank you, Lynn Siegel, for your comment. Is there anybody else from the public who would wish to speak to this item? Will Reimer, please go ahead.
Okay, so I really appreciate you guys being so thorough. There's a lot of questions that already got answered, and I really appreciate that. The design does seem really well thought out. I do appreciate a lot of what you guys went over. I do have a few concerns, and I'm not just speaking for myself. So I live in the apartment building right across the street from this, in Remington Post. I have one of the balconies that will be facing Building C. And I am considerably concerned about privacy on my balcony. I'm concerned about being able to look out my balcony and have it be useful at all, or rather instead be able to just see a wall of another building and a bunch of machinery on top of it. I didn't even know that was going to be 9 feet of machinery on top of it, and I already was not super happy about a 4-story building right across the street. There's a good chunk of property value in Boulder that is about being able to see mountains. And right now, my condo can see mountains, and with a 4-story building with 9 feet of machinery on top, it will not be able to see mountains very well, which will impact my property value a lot, as well as everybody else in my building. which I'm not happy about. I also, in a similar, I guess maybe related vein, the flood mitigation area is going to be saved, but where the solar panels are in the geologic survey area is home to wildlife that's enjoyable to see. Makes me feel like I'm not stuck in a city. It makes me feel more like I'm in Colorado instead of Denver. I guess Denver, but downtown in a city. I live in Boulder because it's green and I have a potential to see, animals, even though I'm close to a job that can actually pay me enough money to sort of live in Boulder or sort of live in Colorado. And having a big development like that take up the open space that's right across from our building kind of completely destroys that. I'm also concerned about the car situation. I know it sounds what you're doing is great with trying to limit the amount of cars and encourage biking and walking, but people have cars and they will bring cars. And if there's not enough parking on the spot for them, they will park all over the streets. They will park in places they're not supposed to park.
Thank you, Will. That concludes your 3 minutes for the public hearing. Any other members from the public who wish to speak to this item? Please raise your hand at this time. Okay, so that concludes this public hearing item. Chair, do you want to do the open comment now or wait until this?
No, I'd like to wait until the hearing is over for this section, and then we'll do it before the next hearing.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're going to go in deliberation. Hopefully, it won't actually take too long because I think the board is relatively aligned. Does anyone want to? Can we put up the key issues on the screen? And does staff have a motion as well?
On
Deep into it. You got it. You got it up. Okay, good. All right. Great. So the key issues for discussion, if we can round robin, and unless people have a lot to talk about, I'd like to hit it kind of quick so we can get to our open comment and then our next hearing. Does anyone want to start off? Go ahead, Kurt.
Thanks. So just starting with number 2, I feel that definitely the proposed daycare center is consistent with use review criteria. I think that will be great. I think getting to number 1, I think that the project is consistent with the site review criteria in almost every way. My one concern relates to the walkable site access, as referred to in 1914H. Well, I lost it, but there's a site review criterion. And so I will be proposing a minor condition that would require straightening and more efficient design of the paths, especially to the south.
Okay, if you want to draft that and put that in the chat so we can talk about it when we're ready, that'd be great. Does anyone want to go next? Go ahead, ML.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking to key issue number 1, I think it generally meets the site review, not generally, it does meet the site review criteria. The comment I would make about height is that the fact that the existing GSA building will retain its landscaping, I think it will not be dwarfed by the added height that we will be granting this project. So I think that the problem has been nicely solved. And it not only meets the criteria, but I think it allows that existing rather remarkable building to remain visually intact and not impacted by the height modification. Key issue number 2, I see no problem with this Head Start classroom meeting the use review criteria. So yeah, yes,
Perfect.
yes.
Thank you. Mason.
Yeah, thanks. So starting with number 1, I do believe that this is consistent with the site review criteria. I think it's consistent with the land use code, being that it's 100% affordable and that it is on balance consistent with the BVCP. I also think that the in addition to the height, I think that the setback modifications that are being asked for are reasonable, given that it's the corners and not like a full wall against it. And that does allow the plan to be more consistent with the layout of the landmarked building. As far as the daycare center, I do find that it's consistent with the use review. I think that it's a great expansion of a much needed program. And I think that it'll add to the community in this area. So yes, yes.
Great. Claudia?
I'll speak to number 1 first. Consistency with site review criteria. I think this does meet them in large part. I'm especially excited about portions of the BVCP where we are doing a mix of compatible uses at this site. I want to see more of that. And also I appreciate the change in the unit mix since this came through concept review to accommodate a larger range of households. It's another important goal. I think the modifications to height that they are requesting are absolutely justified, supported with 100% affordability. I also think that's quite reasonable at this site because it does deal with some of the topography on the site, which is actually an asset to the site. And the setbacks accomplish some of the same goals, allowing us to do preservation there. In terms of the use review, I think this does meet the criteria for use review, including getting services to the surrounding area, which I think it's very clear that the Head Start classroom will be doing for this affordable housing community. And I also think that that kind of mixing of uses is something that we should be paying more attention to in our affordable communities and not just doing that to do market rate amenities in market rate communities. So I'm happy to see that at this site.
All right, Mark.
Number 1, yes, I think the project does fulfill the site review criteria and land use code in section 9214. And I am appreciative of the applicant's use of perceived height. Some sites where the buildings drop down and anyway, the way we measure height sometimes creates buildings sometimes that seem taller than what might be allowed, and sometimes seem shorter than what might be allowed. So I appreciate the notation of the perceived heights in relation to the site, and so I believe it fills that criteria. And I'm a big yes on the use review and the use of a daycare center and Head Start facility.
I echo all my colleagues. I think it's an awesome project. I think it's rare that we see a project like this where we get a really cool building that's adaptive reuse, that it's really well cited. You know, around the neighbors' concerns around parking, I think what's unique about Boulder Housing Partners is all the other sites you guys operate and the commitment to try to balance those things and use that data across your different sites. I think that's really interesting and unique. As far as the height, I think it's to ML's point. I think there's some height that's going to be offset by landscaping. I think the open space is amazing. We're we're seeing a project that can really breathe, that's available for all sorts of different walks of life, the different unit types. I just think it's a lot of what we've been wanting as planning board, and it's a nice project to see. So that's all I have to say. I think Kurt had a modification that he wanted to do. Do you want to do the motion first? Does anyone want to do the motion?
I'm ready.
Go for it.
I move
Oh,
to,
sorry.
oh,
Did you need something, ML?
And no, I didn't see Mark's hand up. I had my hand up as well.
Oh, okay.
oh. Okay, I'll go. Motion to approve site and use review applications under case number LUR 2023-00044, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis and review of criteria, and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum.
I'll second.
Second.
Oh,
Either way.
I'll second. You do your motion. All right. Should we take a roll on it? Go ahead, Claudia.
Yes.
Mark.
If I may interrupt,
Yes.
my recommendation is if there are any changes that the board would like to impose, to make that part of this motion before voting on this one. So Kurt
Kurt
could
would
propose a
move to
friendly
amend.
amendment,
Okay.
which you would have to accept, or you could do a formal motion to amend at this point.
Okay. So Kurt, do you want to move to amend then?
Yeah, I would like to move to amend. I did email Amanda and Thomas the wording of my condition, but I can read it if you would like. The condition is, the plan shall be revised to show the walking trail around the southwest perimeter of Building C and connecting to the Iris multi-use path to be straighter and more efficient for residents walking to Iris and to the southwest. So the motivation for this is, well, first of all, it sounds like was brought up in concept review that we need better connections to the south. And I think they were primarily talking about to the southwest, over to Diagonal Plaza and so on. There is the walking trail there, but it was designed the way, unfortunately, a lot of landscape architects like to design paths, which is not very direct, not really thinking about them as transportation connections, but more as a place for people to go out and wander, which I think is not typically how they would be used. So this is just requesting that that be revised to make that connection to be straighter and more efficient for people walking, especially to the southwest.
Okay. Does anyone want to second that?
So
Can
I
I-
would move
Can
to
we have
amend
discussion?
the motion, the existing motion, to add the condition as shown on the screen.
Is this the proper time to have a discussion about the motion prior to seconding, or do we second and then discuss?
Second and then discussion. So if there's a second, now would be the time. No one wants to second it? Okay.
Okay, that was easy.
That was easy. All right, so we'll go back to the original motion. Mark already stated it for the record, so I think we're good to vote.
Unless there's any discussion of that motion or any other amendments. I don't know.
No, okay. Claudia,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Mason,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. So that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to Boulder Housing Partners and to staff and everyone's hard work.
Thanks for the time, everybody. And I just have to thank staff. This is really convoluted, the way all these different components, landmarking, everything else work together. They were a huge portion of making this work. So thanks to staff, thanks to planning board.
Yeah, thank you all. We appreciate it as always.
Great. What I'd like to do is do the one open comment person that we had left out there. that wasn't able to tap in. And then after that, we'll take a short 7-minute break.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
could I make a comment?
Sure.
Before. I do my best to try not to respond to Lynn, but in this case, before Lynn speaks in the open comment period, I have to say that I would request, Lynn, that you think more carefully about your choice of words. The word pogrom to describe a housing project of this nature, of this quality, at this site is, I find it offensive to the board, to staff, to the applicant. And you may think what you want, but please choose your words more carefully, and you'll go farther, you'll have more influence. And in this case, I found it really upsetting and distressing.
Okay. Thanks for that. And that was related to the prior public hearing. Okay. Thanks. Vivian, I think we're ready for open comment.
Okay, open comment. So Lynn Siegel, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Well, Mark, I'm Jewish, so I can talk about pogroms. But my point was it doesn't meet DEI. And that's what's happening to Boulder. Sequestered housing like this. It's not appropriate. I like Bill's design and everything, but no. We're built out. Now, with my place, I am going to get free heat pumps because I'm low income, but I'm not going to use them because I don't want heat pumps. I want ground loop heat pump. And for a project like this, you should definitely have a ground loop heat pump. Me, in my little 1,800 square foot house, I'm not going to use them. I'm going to take them because they're being given to me, but I'm going to unload them as soon as I can afford a ground loop heat pump. And this is a huge project. Why shouldn't they use one? I don't want to, I'm not even going to take showers anymore in the winter when I'm freezing cold because I'm not using my heat pumps, and I hibernate all winter because I'm going to get an air source heat pump, electric hot water heater, and I'm not going to pay Xcel to use it. So I'll just be cold. Colder. I'll be even crankier than I already am. And you know how bad that is. So, there's some changes that need to happen. Big time changes with regards to adaptive reuse, true adaptive reuse of properties in Boulder that are getting demolished. Case in point, Western Resource Advocates, also known as Environmental Center of the Rockies, and was the Land and Water Fund, the law fund, at the corner of Baseline and Broadway. This needed to come before Planning Board before it went to landmarks, because you know what happened? They went to get their permit, Gavin did, I forget which firm he's with, and they got an extra 16,000 square feet of residential because they were switching from commercial to residential. So instead of the 30,000 feet, they get 46,000. And guess what? They can't fit the parking and leave the building there. So they're asking for demolition. June 6th, I mix it up with Gilbert White's project at 613 Walnut because one of them's June 6th and one of them's June 1st. And they're both water projects. There's a huge water project, only 4 in the state of Colorado at Western Resource Advocates. This is a crime to put down that building that is integrated landscape to.
Thank you, Lynn, for your comments. Back over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Lynn. And thanks, Vivian. We will reconvene for the second public hearing item at 8:10. is slow. So a bit of a coffee line. We'll get started in another minute. As soon as Claudia is back. Kurt, you were our screensaver while we were gone. You were like frozen in time. Just a big Kurt up here on like 4 different screens.
I wasn't frozen in time. I was sitting here very still for that entire period.
Okay. Looks like we are back. In my place here, we're gonna do the next public hearing. This one is a public hearing and recommendation to City Council regarding proposed ordinance 8622, amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to simplify certain development review processes and setting forth related detail. All right.
All right. Good evening, Planning Board. I'm Lisa Hood. I'm a senior planner and really looking forward to talking over these code changes with you tonight. The purpose of the item on your agenda is for you all to make a recommendation to City Council on Ordinance 8622. So any changes to the land use code, you all review and make a recommendation. This project came from direction from City Council last year. The council directed staff to look at potential policy or code changes that we could make to simplify development review processes, make them more predictable for applicants. You all have probably heard challenges yourself, but council members and staff regularly hear challenges about how long it takes to get land use approvals and permit approvals. And also there's been additional work and analysis done on our boards and commissions and just the workloads that appointed boards like yourselves are taking on currently. We've been working on a number of process improvements in planning and development services from our transition to online phone and in-person services, staffing arrangements, as well as a lot of code changes over the last couple of years, such as the changes to our site review criteria, the changes to our accessory dwelling units process and simplification of language, the mini modules of the use table and standards project that allows more uses by right. We also extended the expiration for land use approvals to provide more flexibility on older approvals. The zoning for affordable housing updates from last year allowed more flexibility for different housing types. And then our residential growth management system that was repealed reduces permit time overall. So there's been a number of different projects that have all touched on process improvements, and these are some additional kind of code-focused changes that we're looking at tonight. The engagement plan for this project, some of you are not on planning board yet, but we had a matters item back in January where we discussed a lot of these topics. And we also had several stakeholder meetings with applicants, some of our really frequent applicants that are really familiar with the process, and some less familiar applicants to hear their perspective on potential improvements. And then we're really focused on kind of targeted engagement. So we'll have the typical ordinance review public hearings like the one tonight, as well as a public hearing before City Council on June 6th. So that's a consult level of engagement. As you would have seen in the memo and the ordinance, there's a number of different topics that we're touching for these process improvements. So for tonight's presentation, I'm going to focus most of my attention on the top 5, which are kind of the more substantial changes, and then I'll give less detail, so we're not going through 10 different topics, but I'll focus on those 5, and I'll kind of pause if you have questions at that point. If you don't, that's fine, I'll move on, but just kind of to give us some breaks in between. That's the plan I have for the presentation tonight. So I'm going to start with planning board call-ups, obviously something that is close to your hearts. So call-ups this is the process for call-ups. Call-ups are a way that applications can be approved administratively by staff, but they're brought to you all to determine whether you want to bring it up to the point of having a public hearing. So staff does all the analysis, makes a decision, then brings it like you all had tonight, a call up opportunity. It's brought to planning board. You decide whether or not to call it up. That determines the next steps. If it's not called up, then that staff decision is just final. If it is called up, then we schedule a public hearing before you all to make a decision. And then any decision of the planning board can be further called up by city council. So that's kind of the step-by-step process of call-ups. As part of this project, in addition to the stakeholder feedback, we did a lot of data analysis on our applications over the last 5 years to try to understand and see opportunities for improvement that we were from our applications. So we looked at all of the applications that were brought to the planning board as call-ups from 2018 to 2023, so a 5-year time range. And we looked at what those application types were and which of those applications were called up. And we looked at all the data together. We saw, as you can see in this graph, that about 40% of these applications that were brought as call-ups were floodplain permits or wetland permits. And of those two, I think 74 applications, only one floodplain permit was actually called up by the board. And so in looking at those numbers, in total, only 6 of, I think, 174 applications were actually called up. So that just gives you a picture of how the call-up process has been working over the last few years and the applications that you're seeing as call-up potentials. Some of the feedback that we've gotten related to the planning board call-ups, when we had those stakeholder meetings, we heard a lot about the call-ups adding significant time to the process and unpredictability. So there's time added to the process while applicants are waiting to get scheduled for their call-up item to be on the agenda, and then they're not sure whether they need, 4 more weeks after that if it gets called up. From the applicant perspective, they thought that the call-up rarely leads to a different outcome since the vast majority aren't even called up. From the planning board matters item in January, what we heard from the board at that time was that the board was supportive of removing those call-ups for floodplain and wetland permits. There was some interest in maintaining call-ups for site and use reviews. And then we had also talked about the potential, if you remember, of increasing the number of board members that would be required to call something up. Right now, only one member has to be interested in calling something up for it to get called up. And we heard mixed opinions on that. So some board members wanted to keep it at 1. Some other board members expressed an interest in increasing that potentially to 3. What you'll see in the ordinance 8622, the proposed changes, we've removed the call-up for floodplain and wetland permits. We've also removed call-ups for a subset of use reviews. So those use reviews that don't have site changes and are for non-residential uses. And I'll talk about that a lot more in the next topic. We've also in the ordinance changed it to require 2 planning board members to call an item up. And the rationale behind that is that, as we've seen tonight, you need a motion and a second to discuss anything. So kind of expanding upon that, it would be 2 people required to call something up instead of just 1. And then as part of this project, it's not just code changes. We've also identified some just process improvements that aren't in the ordinance that could improve things. So we've also been talking about ways to standardize and make more efficient the staff call-up memos and drafting all of those memos. So with these changes related to call-ups, we just by looking at those last 5 years of application data, we expect that there would be approximately a 40% reduction in the number of call-up memos that you all would see. We don't think that, because there were only 6 applications over the last 5 years, we don't think that that would be a significant number that would change, but the actual memos that are brought to you, you would obviously have a shorter agenda packet of items to review. So that's related to call-ups. Are there any questions before I move to the next one? Yeah.
The question was on the 2 planning board member call up an item. I remember the discussion, and one thing that sticks in my head is that is it 1 member of the public is a lot. That was the contradiction in trying to change it to multiple planning board members. Can you talk about what is the public aspect of that as far as who can call something up or have it brought up?
Sure. Yeah. So a member of the public, any member of the public can appeal an application. And so it's not technically a call up unless you all are calling it up. to your board. So yeah, it only takes one member of the public to call something up, but it's a little, Boulder's current rules are a little atypical for other communities. Appeals are much more common, that you would just have an appeal rather than having everything come up for call up potential. And so other cities might have more specific restrictions on those appeals, but not have that call up opportunity.
So and help me, because I'm not entirely clear, the difference between an appeal and a call up and what the mechanisms are as far as what that means for the applicant.
Essentially, it's the same result. The appeal is just by a member of the public, call up is by planning board.
So as a question, because again, it feels like a contradiction, takes 2 planning board members, but as a member of the public, 1 planning board member could actually appeal the item.
Yes, but I think, we've talked about this, I think they'd have to do it. Kella, do you want to address that?
Yeah, we discussed this as we were drafting it. I think if a planning board member then would do an appeal, the planning board member would become interested and should recuse in the actual discussion of the item.
Right. Okay. All right. It's just helpful clarity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? No?
Okay. All right. So moving on to use reviews, another one of the main topics.
I had a question. Sorry, I had my hand up. So this would approximately reduce 40% of the number of call-ups. Do you have a sense? I know you did a lot of data analysis here. Do you have a sense of those 40% that are removed, how many of those 6 that were called up would they have hit?
Yeah, we can look at the, so it wouldn't impact the use or site reviews necessarily, or yeah, so it would just be the floodplain. So that's why I said that the actual number of what got called up based on those numbers. And obviously that's only 5 years of data. We went through COVID in those 5 years. So yeah, we're extrapolating based on those 5 years.
So it would have reduced this 6 to 5.
Correct.
Great.
So as I look at this, the final item, additional process improvements for staff to standardize and increase efficiency for drafting call-up memos, has the potential of being a far greater time saver for staff, reduced workload, to me, seems like, than actually making it more difficult to call something up, because the number of call-ups, as your data shows, we had 1 floodplain permit. So if we eliminated floodplain and wetland permits, is staff still doing the work to approve or deny those permits?
Correct.
Right?
Yep, the permit would still exist. So they'd have to do the review.
So how is the call-up process creating the additional work beyond the, anyway, how is the call-up process creating additional work?
Well, we have to craft a memo, and then that gets reviewed internally by a number of people. So there's definitely some staff hours that go into the preparation of the memo. That's outside of just the general review of the permit for consistency with the code. And then, we have to have staff after 5 p.m. staff the meeting. So there's, time associated with that. Anything that we write, our attorneys have to review. So it, kind of hits a lot of branches of the tree.
Okay. I'll save comments for later. Thanks.
Okay, great. We'll move on to use reviews. So this is another important topic. Another one we dug into the data. This is something we heard a lot of comments from our stakeholders about issues with use reviews. And then we also saw that matched in the data. So this is kind of looking at the same numbers in 2 different ways, but looking at the different use types that have received use reviews over the last few years. You can see that certain use types are more frequent, like restaurants and non-conforming uses. We have made changes to the use table and standards that will impact those numbers on their own. But just looking at that, we also looked at how long the approval timelines were for each application type, and use reviews really stood out as something that we needed to dig into more to identify what was going on, because we have it's a fairly common application type. We have 19 applications per year on average. The median days to approval for a use review is 200. So that's almost 7 months to review a use review. And sometimes that's just a gym going into an existing space or a restaurant replacing another restaurant. And so the use review kind of rose to the top as something that we needed to identify what the issue was and how to fix it. I went through this on during the matters item, but I'll just walk through it since we have newer members. I'll walk you through the process for a use review. So after the application is submitted, it's routed to city reviewers. Lots of different departments review it. In best case scenario, it only takes 3 weeks for that initial review and then a decision, but sometimes there's multiple iterations back and forth between applicants and the different city reviewers. So that can take up to several months to get through that first step. Then through the staff analysis, we come to a decision. And since all use reviews are subject to call-up, it takes about 2 to 4 weeks usually for a call-up to get put on your agenda to even be considered. Then you decide, again, this is similar to the other flow chart, you decide whether to call it up or not call it up. If you don't call it up, the staff decision is final. If you do call it up, then we have 30 days to schedule a public hearing before you to make the decision. Again, there's the 30-day potential for city council to either call it up or not call it up. And then at the end of either option for a use reviews also require a development agreement. So that's a legal agreement between the city and the applicant that there's 90 days in the code to complete the development agreement. So you can see there's a number of different points in the use review process that can add time depending on which way it goes and how that step goes. So in best case scenario, it can take about 80 days to get a use review approval, but as we saw through the data, the median right now is 200 days. Some of the feedback that we got on use reviews from stakeholders, like I said, we've heard a lot about use reviews, that they're a significant barrier for new businesses, the time it takes for approval, the high fees for the application. It can often discourage new tenants from taking over new spaces or existing spaces. From the applicant's perspective, the review process rarely adds unique conditions or a different outcome. And then we also heard and talked about the development agreement step, that it's unusual compared to other communities and adds more time and uncertainty to the process. From the planning board, we talked about this in the matters item. There were mixed opinions about, when we brought this to you all as a matters item, we talked about potentially exempting proposals that didn't have site changes. And there were mixed opinions there. There was concern expressed by several board members about unintended consequences of that change, and there potentially being loopholes for some certain situations, like for residential going into non-residential space, and then there's not an opportunity for call-up if it's just an existing space without site changes. And we also heard some interest in limiting development agreement requirements. So based on that feedback and our analysis of the data, the ordinance has a new process included, which is called the minor use review process. And it's limited, based on that concern that we heard from you all on the loopholes, potential loopholes, it's limited to only non-residential uses in non-residential zoning districts that don't have site changes. So in many circumstances, that'd be like a restaurant replacing a restaurant or a gym going into an existing industrial space that doesn't change anything about the outside of the building. So these, for the minor use review, it would not be subject to call-up, and it would not be required to have a development agreement at the end. There would still be public notice to all neighbors within 600 feet, and neighbors could still appeal that the approval to the planning board. So there'd still be an opportunity for you all to see it. It just wouldn't come to you immediately as a call-up. In addition, similar to the last one, we're looking at other process improvements that could expedite the development agreement step of the use review as well. And looking at the last 5 years, we think about 40% of the use reviews that we reviewed in the last 5 years could qualify as a minor use review. So that means it was in a non-residential district, was a non-residential use without site changes. So that could reduce the overall number of use reviews. And then obviously there would be a reduced approval timeline for use reviews, which I'll show in this graphic. So going back to this flow chart, with the changes in the ordinance, this is what the steps would look like for a minor use review. So obviously you're going from this to this. And if we add it all up, the potential for additional time, the changes for minor use review, we think could cut up to 6 months off of the process. Stop there if you have any questions.
Mason, I see your hand up, but I'm gonna ask a question first because we've seen this already, and I wanted some additional context because a lot of the stuff that you brought up, Lisa, I feel like is already like what's hard to absorb in this is like the restaurant example, right? Because that change has already taken place, right? So that's not related to this, but it's being used in this as a component of this. So I think what we had talked about was when we see this again is to be able to see what's already been approved, and the data that we're being presented doesn't reflect what's already been approved in the code changes, which I think was the vast majority of what this is trying to address is already addressed in what has already transpired relative to restaurant for restaurant. And I think it's sites under what 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. Could you elaborate? Because I think some new members aren't who haven't participated in that discussion.
Yeah. So we did look into that after it was brought up at the matters item, and so we looked at all of the restaurant approvals and like the indoor athletic facilities. And we think about 15% of the restaurants in the last 5 years would still need use review with the new rules. So that would be a reduction of 15% of those restaurants. And then indoor athletic facilities, based on the changes that we made, about 40% of those would still need use review. So significant reduction for restaurants, pretty significant reduction for indoor athletic facilities. We didn't recommend any changes for non-conforming uses because those are pretty unique situations that would require kind of more discretion. So that would be the impact on
so when you're presenting this data to us, like for instance, these restaurants, these 26, what would have been in the use review? What have we already accomplished prior to this change?
So whatever 85% of 26 is.
Okay. I guess that it just troubles me the way the data is being displayed to us. And I feel like we had this exact conversation because we have new board members that are seeing this data for the first time, and it's covering stuff that code changes have already accomplished. And same thing when if you go forward on the slide to that 40%. So that 40% of use reviews in the last 5 years would have qualified for a minor use review. Is that without the code changes that we made a few months ago?
Right.
So this data doesn't reflect the actual code changes that we made already.
Right. And so, sorry, there's like a lot of numbers, but so if we've looked at 32 use reviews in the last 5 years, 40% of those, so say 14, 15 of those wouldn't need a use review at all anymore. So that would reduce that 26 number because that,
just from my perspective, I think it would be, I think I made the same comment a few months ago, which was like, we're being asked to look at data that doesn't reflect actually what is actually happening in our code today, because we already made changes which accomplish a lot of what this is trying to accomplish. And so if it's going to be presented to us and the public and city council, I would just like it to reflect the changes that we've already processed so that we really understand what we're doing, because it doesn't feel like it's not clear to me.
Okay. Yeah, I think that obviously the presentation is just a summary, but there's a lot more detail in the memo about that and about the data for each one of those. Yeah.
Mason, sorry, you had your hand up.
Yeah, one question. I'm kind of wondering, going back to the data that you're showing, and I think in 2 of the slides I saw 18 through 23, and then one slide I saw 2016 through 2023. I'm kind of curious why you chose different time ranges.
Yeah, so we changed our permitting system in 2018. So we have much better data starting in June of 2018. So that's why we can more consistently compare those years. 2016, the applications from 2016 were included or brought into that new online permitting system. So we're able to look back a couple more years using that. So that's why there's some differentiation. But generally, we've tried to use 2018 to 2023 because it's a 5-year time range and we have all the data in one place.
Makes sense.
Lisa, I recognize I'm coming into this process somewhat late, but I'm wondering if you could give like a 30-second rundown of what's commonly in development agreements that are part of the current use review process.
I'm going to pass it to Hella for that one.
Yeah, our development agreement is a pretty standard agreement. It's just 1 page long and requires the applicant to agree to comply with the conditions of approval, to indemnify the city when any claims that may occur in connection with the construction of the development. It has language in it that the development agreement runs with the land. It gets recorded. So it's a way to notify future property owners that the development approval is on the property and will bind them to the use of the property, and it requires the developer to agree to the city being able to withhold future approvals if the developer is not in compliance with the development agreement.
And then the rationale for getting rid of that in a minor use review.
Yeah, so we looked at a number of communities nearby, and Boulder is unique in requiring a development agreement for use reviews. Those are typically in other communities used for kind of your planned unit development, larger scale, something that includes public improvements that there needs to be a legal agreement related to. Other communities for something like a use review, it's called different things in other communities, but for that type of application, it's typically simpler. If there's a gym going into an industrial space, there's not a street being built that needs to be agreed to or things like that. So that was also something that we heard from the stakeholders, adds concern to the applicants, and it adds up to 90 days in the process. And it is kind of, it can go smoothly back and forth, but there is often a lot of back and forth, and it can take time to get through that development approval or the development agreement to get to your final approval.
Okay, so just to summarize, what I'm hearing is that there's not a lot in a standard development agreement that is relevant to what you are calling minor use reviews.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Good summary.
Mason, is your hand up?
It is. So going back to that flow chart with the different days, the full one, not that one. Yes, thank you. I noticed that you said the average was around 200 days, and it looks like you hit about 200 days just going through the city process itself. So I appreciate you all looking into like the development agreement to reducing. But one thing that tells me, and I don't know how accurate these are, these could just be rough estimates. So maybe my question isn't pertinent, but it looks like no matter what you do, you're going to hit about the 200-day mark. You have 3 weeks, 30 days, 90 days. You get to about 200 without touching the board. So what that tells me is either, does that mean that there's a very small percentage of items that come to our board to get addition, which brings that average back towards, just kind of the minimum? Or does that mean there's like a huge variance and we've got, some balance on, there's some that are taking 1 week and there are some that are taking, 300 days? I guess I don't have a sense of that spread.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact spread off the top of my head, but I think it's about 80 days to about 300. So that's why we use the median instead of the average. But for projects that go smoothly through the whole process, not called up, staff decision is final, get their development agreement done quickly, that still takes 80 days.
Thank you.
All right, next up is non-residential uses in residential districts. This is somewhat related because it's also a use review, but in the code right now, there is an automatic planning board hearing. So it doesn't come up for call up, it just automatically comes to you for a public hearing for non-residential uses in residential districts. That is something that's been in our code since the early 1980s. And for those of you that have been on the board, several were recently brought to the board over the last year or two. All of those were approved. The automatic planning board process adds at least 60 days to the approval process. It's harder to get something scheduled for a public hearing than for call-up because you have busy schedules. And so the proposed change would be to remove the automatic planning board review. It would still be able to be appealed or called up if there's site changes. So if it couldn't be a minor use review. And then while we were looking at that change, the part of the code that discusses it also requires an automatic planning board review for residential uses in the public zoning district. And so in the ordinance, we've recommended removing both of those automatic hearings. The anticipated result is that it would eliminate a few public hearings at planning board per year and then reduce the approval timelines for those non-residential uses in residential zoning districts.
Kind of makes
Sorry,
sense.
why a few here and not a number? It seems like you were able to provide numbers before, and here you've got a few.
There's more disparity over certain years. So I think we had 4 last year, but 1 or 2 in the years before.
It would be really helpful, at least to me, maybe to other board members, because it's very abstract. Can you give us an example of a public hearing that we would have heard, that we wouldn't hear in this case, that would make sense? Yeah.
Looked like Charles was.
Well, the
Yeah.
Friends School came before you guys a few months ago, and they were adaptively reusing what was originally a single family detached home that had been used as a daycare. They were proposing the exact same operational characteristics and numbers of students. It was a very turnkey operation that forced a public hearing.
And another example, I think there's been a couple that were in planned unit developments or old planned unit developments that were like I can't remember the exact detail, but like an acupuncture clinic taking over a chiropractor clinic, but it's in a residential zoning district. And it was in a PUD that was already set up for offices, but it still had to come automatically for a public hearing.
Even with the change that we're talking about on the prior slides, because it's a use, you're talking, the 2 examples you brought up are kind of use for use, right? They're existing commercial uses in a residential district, and someone's, chiropractor is coming in for a dentist or whatever, right? So are we talking about those uses? Are we talking about also uses that are taking residential and changing it to commercial for the first time? Does that fall under this category too, or is that a different thing?
That would fall under this category. For the minor use review, it would not, because that has to be a non-residential use in a non-residential zoning district taking over non-residential space. So the shorter process wouldn't apply to them. But for this one, it would impact, that wouldn't need automatic public hearing, but there would still be a call-up opportunity. So it just wouldn't automatically come to you.
Do you have any examples of something that we've seen that's residential that's converting for the first time as a planning board?
I remember one on Arapahoe and maybe around 15th Street. There is a building that I think hasn't been used super well over time, but there was one residential unit in there together with some workspace, and a cafe was proposed, and it had to come before the planning board because part of the proposal was to eliminate that remaining residential unit in there.
Okay, so under this scenario, like that, like what you're saying is someone converting a residential unit to a cafe would not have to come based on what was being proposed. Is that right?
It would only come forward as a call-up.
Correct.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Building on George's point, and I appreciate the Friends School example. Well,
And I'm sorry, it might have been the Jaro School. I think
Jaro
it was the
School.
Jaro School.
Right. Yeah, it was Jaro. Yes. Anyway, that was a lovely evening, and it seemed, yeah, great. Gee whiz, we are going from it was a great situation. We're going from daycare to daycare. However, would they have? I believe that was that application process started under the prior use review criteria. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about the details of when that was applied for.
My question is, would that have come to us under the newly adopted?
It would have.
It
Yeah.
would have.
Yeah, because it's a non-residential use in a residential zone, and that's that wasn't ever tinkered with prior
Okay.
to this. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
But they wouldn't automatically need a public hearing, is the difference
Correct. Yeah.
with this change. And yeah, some of the rationale for this is it's been in the code since the early 1980s. I think I explained that in the memo, but mixing of uses was a lot less common. There wasn't planning guidance that said we wanted mixed uses. And so there was more concern about having those non-residential uses in a residential zoning district. There's only a few uses that are even allowed to ask for a use review in a residential zoning district. So the rationale for this change or reasoning is that over the last 45 years, we've gotten a lot more comfortable with mixing of uses from staff and public perspective, understanding what types of conditions might need to be placed on that use review and the standards that they need to meet. So.
And I think as a staff, we maintain referral authority as well. So if we're reviewing an application that we feel like might be too intense for the location, or there might be impacts that would raise the attention of neighbors, we could always refer the application for a public hearing to the board.
I wanted to add one more thing about conversions from residential to non-residential. There is one criterion in the use review criteria that creates a presumption against a conversion of a residential use to a non-residential use and requires a finding that there is some other compelling reason why there should be a conversion, and it lists examples. It says the use serves another compelling social, human services, governmental, or recreational need in the community, including without limitation a use for a daycare center, park, religious assembly, social services use, benevolent organization use, art studio, workshop, museum, or an educational use. So we don't see conversions very often because of that presumption.
Thanks, Hal. I also, just feedback that we've heard on this topic is from stakeholders, the automatic public hearing adds significant time and expense. So they were supportive of removing that automatic hearing requirement. And then when we brought this to planning board as a matters item, there was general support for removing this requirement. I think it's come up a couple times when we've had the public hearings from board members questioning why this is something that you automatically see.
Hey, Kurt, you have your hand up.
Yeah, and I apologize, I might have missed this earlier, but so this applies to even things that are allowed uses in residential zones. So for example, in RL1, open space park or recreation use is an allowed use. Would that still currently come?
It's related to those that are use review uses. So it's in the use review section, it's 9215, where it says specific.
Not things that are allowed, things that are use review. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
sorry if I
Yeah.
misspoke.
Thanks.
Yeah, things that require a use review.
Yep, got it.
Other questions on this one? Okay. All right, development review extensions. So right now, currently applicants have 3 years to substantially complete an application before their approval expires. If they're getting close to those 3 years, they can request 2 6-month extensions through staff. So 1 6-month and then an additional 6 months. And then if they need further time to substantially complete it, then it'll come to you all to further extend beyond that. The proposal in the ordinance before you tonight is to allow 2 1-year extensions by staff and then remove the planning board extension beyond that. And that's mostly because we would be replacing the substantially complete requirement with something that's much more common in surrounding communities. It's just a requirement to obtain applicable building permit, all the building permits that you need, and start construction. So rather than kind of monitoring that the construction is continuing and getting close to completion within 3 years, it's just that the building permit's been obtained and the construction has started within 3 years. So we anticipate that that would reduce the number of planning board hearings that you all would see for extensions. They're relatively rare, but there is staff time involved with the staff extensions. And by changing the threshold, basically from substantially complete to building permit, we actually think there will likely be fewer extensions. And when we talked about this at a matters item in January, the board asked whether there's been an increase due to COVID because construction timelines have just, we all are kind of aware that that's increased. And kind of interesting looking at the data, it didn't increase in 2020 or 2021, but in 2022, but in 2023, we saw an increase in the requests for extensions. And that is, I assume, because it's 3 years from the people that got approvals in 2020. So we would anticipate that all of those approvals in 2020, 2021, 2022, so for the next 3 years, would continue to kind of run into that same issue. The feedback that we got from stakeholders is that the substantially complete requirement causes a lot of stress for applicants to try to complete their project in that time or get those extensions. Lots of other communities use the start of construction, which is more straightforward and kind of more of a point in time thing than continuing to monitor. And they would support the staff level reviews of extensions. When we brought this to planning board, there was general support for changes to these requirements. Questions on this one? All right. And the last bigger topic is minor amendments. So after a site review, after a site review is approved, if there are changes, and this could be within months of an approval, or we regularly talk about changes to plan unit development approvals from 1975. So we're using the same process to amend. There's 3 options. You can do a minor modification, a minor amendment, or a site review amendment, and those kind of increase in the level of change that's being proposed. What we've heard through staff and applicants is that existing minor amendment, which is kind of that middle bucket, the standards that we have in the code today are often difficult to meet. And that means that small projects with relatively minor changes get pushed into that full site review amendment, which is really an entirely new site review application. And so it's very, very thorough and extensive review for something that maybe isn't a change that should need that much. So the proposed changes in the ordinance, we actually simultaneously changed the standards for minor amendments and minor modifications, which is the lower level of changes, to make sure that small changes were falling into either the minor amendment or minor modification option rather than the full site review amendment. We also wanted to make sure that the language was drafted more parallel and that it was more clear qualitative and quantitative standards between those, and just make the language more clear because it's something that regularly we're looking at and dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So the anticipated result is that we would probably see more minor amendments than site review amendments, since that's the purpose. Both of those are call-ups, so it doesn't really make a difference in the number of applications that you'll see. It's just what application type they are. It reduces the cost significantly for applicants and also the staff review time. What we heard from stakeholders is that any changes to approved site reviews they feel are difficult. There's a need to redefine the minor amendment process and really focus on things that have impacts on properties outside of the site. And we got a lot of good examples of minor changes that ended up requiring the full site review amendment. Planning board indicated a desire to retain the call up for the full site review amendments, making sure that you're seeing those, but was open to changes for those lower levels. Questions on that one? Okay. All right, so additional changes. I haven't put as much detail on all of these, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. But I just wanted to go through those a little bit quicker. So first, related to subdivisions, there's some minor changes in the subdivision section of the code. First is, or the main one to highlight is removing the planning board notification of lot line eliminations. This isn't something that you see a lot of, but when we have a lot line elimination, staff prepares a notification for you all. It's an administrative decision, so there's not actually a call up or anything that planning board can do with that notification. And our lot line adjustment application, which is very similar, doesn't actually have that notification requirement. So it's just aligning those. So you wouldn't see those notifications anymore. Related to substitutions of use, transitional regulations, and use reviews, this is really a code cleanup issue with interrelated parts of the code related to non-conforming uses and what happens to uses when we change the code that just had a lot of opportunities for adding more clarity. We have our utility and drainage easement vacations. Currently, they require a city council call-up. So we looked at some other communities and examples to see some that were approved administratively. I think on some of our longer term staff can't remember a single one that's ever been called up. So it's very infrequently called up, but adds significant staff time to prepare the memo, bring that to council, things like that. So it would remove that and make that an administrative process. To be clear, right of way, those kinds of easements, those would still go to city council or vacations. Parking for unlisted uses. This was something that where we created some additional flexibility by establishing a new alternative parking standard option only for unlisted uses. So those are uses that are not in the use table and don't have a specific parking requirement. We think it will be relatively rare, but there are some circumstances where uses require a much higher parking standard than that actual kind of unique use would really require. And if it's not a large enough development, they can't qualify for site review to request a parking reduction that they would need. So this just gives a way for those relatively rare applications to for the city manager or staff to determine a different standard through a parking study, establish best practices, or looking at other similar uses. Finally, for solar exceptions, this is an administrative application, but we would just be modifying the public notice requirements to align with the other administrative variances. It kind of has a different public notice process, but this would align it with similar applications like administrative setback requests. The anticipated results for all of these is really just reallocating staff time to other applications. So rather than spending staff hours on these types of applications, they would go to improving the efficiency of the other applications. And then also adding flexibility for applicants. I did want to add this additional slide because we've continued to work on the draft since the memo was published for you all to see. So there are a couple changes I wanted to highlight. We had some new language in 914E related to substitution of owner or tenant. And that was describing a process that we already have been doing for many years. But just in thinking through it, it doesn't necessarily need to be in the code because it's an administrative practice. And so we've removed that to kind of reduce complication in there. And then related to maximum permitted buildings on a lot, that's in our section 992. There's a small change to specify RL1, if you can see that in the red, instead of RL. And that's really just to give some flexibility for the RL2 zoning district, which is largely has largely been developed through plan unit developments and things like that that have kind of a more typical site condition where there's multiple buildings on a lot. So that adds some flexibility for those. And that I can stop there for those additional questions.
Yeah, Kurt.
Thanks. First of all, going back to the solar exceptions, I was reading the code and trying to understand what the impacted what is it called? Affected lots are in the case of a solar exception that would get public notice. Is it just any lot that potentially could be shaded?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I'm sorry, if we can go back, we don't need to change slides, but I missed a question about the site review, minor mod and minor amendments. So in the stakeholder comments, there was reference to, oh, if you want to just move a window, for example, then you have to go through, I forget what they said, but one of these complicated processes. Does this address that concern in any way?
We've tried to make it more quantifiable what the changes would be that would qualify as a minor modification. There are not as many substantive changes to the minor modifications. That's more language cleanup. But there are, for minor amendments, significantly more specific direction about what can be approved as a minor amendment. But for that specific kind of design change, there are not new standards related to like moving windows or things like that. A lot of those fall back on one of the standards, which is related to the intent of the approval. And so we'll look really closely at the intent. And if the intent related to the design of the windows or doors or things like that, then that we'd have to make that determination at that time.
And so which of those processes would that go through?
Minor modification.
Minor mod, okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
ML.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for this information. Can we go to the next slide that you were, this one here? So the maximum permitted buildings in the, and I think it might have been in the affordable housing changes, we put in there that you could have duplexes, triplexes on RL1s, and the limiting factor was the size of the lot. Is that?
I'm going to bring Carl up because he's our expert in that, in that code update.
Good evening, Carl.
Cool.
Carl Geiler, Planning and Development Services.
Thank
The
you.
zoning for affordable housing ordinance did change the RL zones in respect to allowing duplexes and triplexes. We did not change this particular section, which limits in the RL1 zone, one principal building per lot. So the intent was to allow duplexes and triplexes if you met the lot area per dwelling unit requirement. So I think that answers your question. So if you had a triplex, you would have to have a certain amount of land area, but you could only have it in one principal building.
So that's the caveat here. They're not detached dwellings.
Yeah, it doesn't
allow.
This
would still hold because it would be one building, but it could have 3 dwellings on it if it met the intensity.
That's right. Correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? No.
All right. Do you have more?
Brad, did you want to?
I just have one more slide.
Okay, sorry.
So just the next steps for this ordinance, we're scheduled for City Council May 16th, and then we would have the public hearing on June 6th with City Council. There's usually a 30-day effective date. So if that gets approved by City Council, that would be effective on July 6th. And then go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. So obviously we appreciate Lisa and her ability to distill lots and lots of detail into concise slides and memos and things like this, and the whole team. I wanted to go back to the very beginning of her presentation and kind of the context and give maybe a little color commentary to this. When I think you all are aware, planning board members, that the council has a retreat on a yearly basis. And last year at their retreat, so I'm talking about February of 23 now, we had presented various changes that the department had made relative to the administration of all the things that we do, the big project, other things you've heard about in the past. But in that conversation, they said to me, well, okay, those are things you're telling me that, you know, you can manage from a operational excellence standpoint, but are there things in the code that could be changed to bring simplification to development? And we said, well, there certainly are. In fact, I remember talking to Charles, and he's like, yeah, we've got a list. We keep a list all the time. But we had never been asked that as it was relayed to me, at least not in many, many, many years. So we've been following up since that time. And I will say that I get asked this question many times a week now, whether it's by the public or by the city manager's office or in the context of different conversations for council. With council. And it's, again, how do we make sure that we are facilitating the various city goals that we have that are related to development, whether that's housing or 15-minute neighborhoods or development of transit area areas, you know, like Boulder Junction and East Boulder. So I just want to give the context of how frequently this has been talked about now in the last year in terms of how we can create efficiency, not to just allow development to happen willy-nilly. I mean, obviously, guardrails are important. And I feel like staff has done a really, really good job of parsing all the different pieces of that. This is not about saving staffing time, although that's a secondary benefit to it, because if we've got more time, then we can process things more efficiently and more in a more timely standpoint too. But it really is just about recognizing the real costs that are associated when there's an additional 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. And I hear this, I hear it on a regular basis. And again, I want to emphasize, this is not me, it's not us wanting to bend over backwards to make sure everything's possible, because not everything is possible. And here Charles and the leadership team are real good too about setting expectations when we have those pre-application meetings for folks. But I do want to emphasize that you've seen a lot of individual things, and really the recognition that we've come to as staff is to make a discernible difference, to move the needle, is having multiple tools in the toolbox. And you'll debate, you know, those, but we have purposefully brought forward a lot of small things because there are no big things. All the low-hanging fruit was thought about probably decades ago. And I want to also emphasize that whenever there's a turn of the one cog, the implications are much bigger cogs down the line. And so, yes, there's a memo that gets produced, but as Charles indicated, there's a memo that gets produced that takes time. There's a review by multiple staff, by the attorney's office. There's production of support staff. So there are implications to all of those things, which again, I don't want to overemphasize or say that they're not important, but I just do want to bring to your attention the very real implications that come in terms of time and cost and resources in doing that. There will always be challenges with law and the ability for people to overcome the intent. Again, we feel comfortable that the guardrails are in place to overcome that. We also watch out for it in other ways as well. At the end of the day, law tends to be, especially land use law, it tends to be a hammer where we wish sometimes there was a fly swatter. So it's not easy. And I want to elevate just the complexity and also the detail with which staff's gone through that and give you that context and be available to answer any questions myself. Thanks.
ML, you have a question?
I do have a question, and it kind of feeds into exactly what you're talking about, Brad. Thank you so much for broadening the conversation. But Lisa, if I read the ordinance update correctly, there was a part in the ordinance, in the update, where you were talking about site review requirements, the requirements for an application, the amount of information an application needs to provide? Is that, did I see that? Is that correct?
We haven't, the ordinance doesn't change any of the application requirements for site review. It does change the criteria or standards that we would be using for minor modifications or minor amendments. But for the overall site review, we reviewed those criteria, and last year that was adopted. So we didn't really tackle the full site review.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking about the actual criteria. I'm thinking about the application requirements. I think there was a conversation in there somewhere from the stakeholders around what is required to be submitted at the various review processes. Is that?
It might have been something that we discussed with the stakeholders, but it's not something that's changed in the ordinance. Some of the application requirements we can change just by changing our application, so they're not necessarily in ordinance text. So that can be further discussions on what, our application forms are actually saying.
Okay, so that's a different conversation?
Yeah, because the changes before you tonight are all just the ordinance changes. So the code,
Okay.
yeah.
And there was a conversation in our packet around that, but it just didn't translate into anything the ordinance is going to do. Is that?
Right. So yeah, some of the
Yeah,
conversations
yeah.
that we had with applicants, especially like we talked about tech docs with applicants, but that's not something
Right.
that's in the ordinance. And
Right.
we talked about pre-application
Right.
meetings. That's not in the ordinance. So there's more to
Right.
do. Like Brad said, this is all very interrelated with
Right.
lots of other process improvements
Right.
that we're working on. So there will be next steps after the ordinance changes as well.
Perfect. I totally appreciate it. Ultimately, I think on planning board, the goal is to be able to comprehensively review the information before us in such a way that we can actually advance the goals of the comp plan and the community. So everything we can do to get us there, many thumbs up. Thank you for your hard work, all the staff, and thank you, Brad, for bringing the broad picture up tonight.
I've got a couple of questions I've kind of been saving, thinking I might get a better understanding and answer my own question. But I want to go back to the 2022, I'll refer to it as Raising Cane's drive-through since they were the applicant or the applicant's client. Anyway, was Raising Cane's, which was a planning board call-up. So is our option to call it up. First question is, under this proposed ordinance change, would we have seen that as a proposed call-up?
Yes, you would have, because there were significant site changes.
Because of the site change.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. My understanding is final plat approval is not something, a change to that is not proposed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it seems like that is the most perfunctory item that comes before planning board. And so if we're making an ordinance change, why didn't we tackle that?
So subdivision and plats, that's actually set out in our charter. So the voters in 1951 decided that you have to see final plats.
Yeah.
And so we can't
And I think
change
it
that.
also goes back to state law as well, but it's a charter provision that we wouldn't be able to amend.
Okay.
We did look at it though.
Okay.
We would like to, yeah, we feel the same way.
Yeah. All right. And I look back on the 2 years and some months that I've been on planning board, and I can't think of an instance of what I would say was a gratuitous call up.
I think Mark's been doing like 90% of the calls.
Well, I think I look back at the few call-ups that have happened, and I've had one, and but I would have John Gersel called up Raising Cane's, and I would have called that up had he not. Kurt called up the wetlands permit, and I would have called that up had he not. So I'm in support of the two-person. I struggle with, and anyone struggles with, the relinquishment of authority, right? I mean, that's, gee, you're an involved citizen, and it's like someone gives you authority. It's like, oh, now you want to take it away. And so I am all for, I'm almost all for this, but there are times where, I guess what I'm getting to is, there are times where I have seen items that have been called up that I was really glad that a board member reviewed that item, and they took it upon themselves to do that. And I don't think any board member has, in my experience, has done that lightly or with anything other than actually the desire to seriously review that item. And in the case of Raising Cane's, that was denied. And your data shows that, in fact, most items that are called up are ultimately approved with little modification. So anyway, so one thing, I think that the idea of, if an item is going through staff's process for approval, if that data just fed into a 4-page template instead of a 40-page, 100-page, sometimes a call-up item, it can be huge, right? And so, but I look back and I think I would have called up Raising Cane's, and again, I know that that would have come before us, but anyway, I would have called it up if it was a 4-page memo. It didn't need to be a 80, 120-page memo to decide to call it up. I would have called it up off of much less information. So is part of this that when we see a call-up item, it will be a much thinner set of information, but we'll still be able to make that determination if that piques our interest or concerns us.
Yeah, I think you raised good points, and we had a really great discussion with all of the case managers and people that bring items to you. And I think the idea for the further process improvements for the memos, like standardizing them, is not so much that you would get less detail. It would just be that things like maps are automatically, we've developed some system that the maps automatically create so that the planner's not creating those maps every time, or we have our mapping team do that or something, different, just streamlining that part of the process. But it wouldn't be that you would get less detail. Charles has a lot of history over the years at Boulder, and I think there's been different iterations where we've had more or less detail in the call-up memos. And so just that experience of how that went, I think also informed why we took the direction that we are proposing tonight.
Okay, thank you.
That's the end. I have the suggested motion if you need it, but I also just made this summary page if it's helpful. It does look like Kurt's hand is up.
Kurt, do you have your hand up?
I do, but I have a question for the chair. Do you want comments now? Are we still on questions? How
I
do
think we have to
want
open the
this?
public hearing.
Yeah, we
still.
have a public hearing still. So this was questions for staff, and now we have to open it for public comment.
Great, I forgot that it was a public hearing. Thanks.
So why don't we do that now?
All right, we'll go ahead and open it for public comment. If you're attending online and would like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, first up is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
I didn't figure anybody else would speak about this issue. Much as I'd like to see things streamlined, or things reduced, like I was trying to get my my ADU on at my place, and I got a spigot, and God forbid I can't have a spigot when they're putting like the rest of the infrastructure onto my outbuilding. I just wanted a place out there to water things. I don't even water, but I wanted to have the opportunity to. So it seemed pretty restrictive, but in general, I think this is part of a bigger picture of expanding development in Boulder. So I have to oppose it because of that. I'd rather delay things for people. I think that we could streamline small businesses opportunities, and we could streamline things for preferred Boulder accoutrements like 15-minute neighborhoods, anything that would improve 15-minute neighborhoods. I also wrote down the development review extensions. They were talking about starting other communities use the start of construction, and that kind of seems to make sense rather than having these delays before you even start the construction. Generally, I'm pretty opposed to making things, I mean, I'd love to not be spending all the money I am with the city, with the staffers doing things that they don't need to do. And especially with Lisa, you know, working hard to figure out things to make it simpler. But in general, I'm so jaded against this development push in Boulder, you know. And I've got to say, by the way, free Palestine, and I'm Jewish, because I had to say that at every board meeting that I go to, because all of this is, all of getting in the weeds of all this kind of thing tonight is useless if we're in a world war, and we're headed straight for one. So we need to change our foreign policy big time with regards to Israel, Palestine. That will be the end of the world as we know it. So I have to say that, even at planning board. But the growth and expansion going on here is just increasing the wealth divide. And so anything to slow it, I'd say, unfortunately, has to be what I would suggest.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for joining us tonight, Lynn.
Anybody else? No.
That's it.
Okay. That concludes public comment. Does anyone want to talk about any of this, discuss it? Go a quick round robin of discussion of things that people, go ahead, Kurt.
Thanks. Yeah, overall, I think that this is great. I'm always in favor of simplification when the complications that we're getting rid of are not producing, not helping us get what we need to get. And I think that that's the case of an awful lot of these. My main concern relates to the issue that George brought up, and I think it touches also on Mark's concern that by getting rid of the opportunity for planning board call up, but retaining the ability for an individual appeal, it feels like there's a logical inconsistency there. And Hella said, well, if a planning board member could appeal, but then they'd have to recuse. But to me, that doesn't really make sense, because currently you can, as a planning board member, we can call something up, but then we don't recuse. And so to me, there doesn't seem to be a real distinction there in the rationale. So I feel like, as I say, it feels like there's a illogical inconsistency, we should either increase the threshold for an individual appeal, so require a certain number of people, more than one, in order for something to be appealed. Or we could retain the opportunity for planning board call up, and we could, something along the lines of what Mark was alluding to, try to move to a regime where we have a greatly stripped down notification, greatly stripped down memos, where it even could just be, so as I imagine it, a line item notification, and we could go and look at, you know, the item in the development review website or something like that, if we're interested, and then have still retain the opportunity for calling up, but eliminate or largely eliminate the burden on staff, which clearly is large currently, of developing, drawing up and developing the memos. So to me, those two items or issues kind of feel related. And I think that where we're going currently in the proposal doesn't quite fit. There's a logical inconsistency, and I think we need to go one way or the other to rectify that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Anybody else have thoughts? ML?
Thank you, George. I would just like to, I think that the concept of creating greater efficiency and predictability and streamline processes to accomplish the developments that occur in the city is a great goal. I absolutely sympathize with and agree with the point that Brad brought to the table, which is, and the underlying goal is that we're trying to meet the goals of the city, uphold the values of what we want and how we want them. And I think that that is one of the challenges on planning board, is sometimes we look at projects and we wonder, how is this getting us where we want to go? And so I so much appreciate that driver that we're trying to create, the city that we're trying to create, is somehow overarching the process, because I think, to me, that's the ultimate goal. You know, are we getting closer to what we want to see getting built in the city? And if these are helping us get there, excellent. You know, if these are making life easier for development, and not necessarily achieving the other goals, I'm I'm not sure why we would be doing them, but I didn't see that in any of the information. I did read carefully the comments from the stakeholders. I'm guessing the stakeholders are the people wanting to build in the city. And I think it's, for the most part, what's been presented and what is proposed to move forward, I think is a great step toward helping us create better processes. So thank you very much to the staff for doing this.
Thanks, ML. I have a few thoughts. I'll just run through them real quick. And I think I brought these up before, so I'll just put them out there. What the areas I'm not concerned about much of this. I think it's all fine and dandy. The concern I have is a few areas. One, it's the 2-person call up, and it's not because it's a bad thing. It's just a question of, when it was brought up last time, it felt to me like change for change's sake. We don't have a problem as a board. There is no problem that's been identified. If someone is passionate on the board or has a specific interest for a call-up, call-ups are very infrequent. And so if a board member wants to call something up, I'm not, I mean, what we're gonna end up doing is they're gonna end up convincing a colleague, hey, I'm really passionate about this. Will you support me? That's reality. We already have a system that's working. This creates no efficiency. We're just changing something for change's sake. So that's one thing that I really don't like, change for change's sake. I think change for efficiency is great. I don't think that's one of those things. I mentioned to Lisa, and I'm sorry if I got a little bit passionate about that. I did not want to direct that to you. So please accept my apology for being a little passionate about it. We made changes in the code specifically around allowing restaurants, allowing athletic facilities, which are a big pain point. I'm a commercial landlord and in that retail space, and so I understand that really well. And now we're doing another change in that same space when I think that change did the majority of it. I'm okay with the additional changes because I think they make sense overall in that space. It's just a little dizzying as a board member because, as I mentioned, the data that's being presented doesn't even include the changes that we made in the code a year ago. Although in the longer memo, I see the discussion in there. But what I'm concerned about is that, you know, next year we're going to be making changes to this again, and I want at some point to be able to see what we're doing and if it's causing the right effects. And this is one area that I think we did the majority of what this is going to do already. And now we're just changing it again, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I just want to reflect on that I think that I'm hoping that we give ourselves a little space after we do this before we attack it again. That's another thought. And finally, the one that didn't resonate with me, and again, it sounds like, Charles, to your point, it sounds like staff has some good guardrails around it, but the things that we talked about in the non-residential uses in residential zoning districts, I very much get, you know, changing a chiropractor to a dental office in a residential area or doing it. It's more the first time that I have some pause around that. And I know you have some guardrails internally.
Well, the code sets up those guardrails where there's a presumption against transferring existing residential uses over into commercial uses.
Yeah.
Unless there's some other compelling interest, like a house of worship.
Maybe it's not terribly valid. It just feels like, you know, if someone's putting a cafe into a house, I'd like to know about it as a planning board member.
So you would still get to see the call up. It just wouldn't force a public hearing.
Okay, so it would still be a call up.
Absolutely, yeah. So it would still be transmitted to you guys for review. It just wouldn't force the public hearing.
I wasn't clear on that. That's super helpful. Thank you.
You bet.
Those were my thoughts. Mason.
Yeah, thanks. So this might be overstepping what we can ask for. I'm still learning some of these boundaries here, and all these seem reasonable, and I'm totally fine with nipping at the edges of things to make everyone's lives better. Sometimes that's just where you are. So I appreciate the detailed work that it takes to get to something like this. What I would like to see, and this gets to my first comment, I don't know if I can ask for this or not, is after some period of time, I don't know if that's 6 months or 9 months or a year or whatever it is, if we could get kind of a summary of what was impacted by this that went through, it would kind of see, I don't know if it's like a monitoring sort of situation, but just kind of see what it is and make sure that this feels right. Is that a reason? Is that something we can ask for?
I'll answer. I mean, looking at it, I definitely think that that would be helpful. We did that for the accessory dwelling unit changes, kind of incremental changes, and looked back after. It might be like definitely a year at least.
Yeah, so I don't think 6 months is the right time frame, but a year or two.
Yeah, but looking back to see how that data changed, I think would be really interesting and would further, I think we always want to continually be improving our processes. So that would be very informative.
Yeah, I think go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and just add to what Lisa and Charles are saying. I don't know if you heard it. Charles said probably not 6 months, but a year. And these are things we don't see a lot. So to get the trends would be at least a year, and maybe more like
I would think 2
months or
years. Yeah,
two,
I think
actually.
2 years is probably more realistic for better data. But yeah.
Yeah, and the trends will be helpful, but I think also just maybe a summary of what those projects look like. And I know some of them are going to call up anyway, so we're going to get to see. Maybe I don't need those summaries, but just the ones that kind of flew under the radar. So it'd be nice to just be able to skim and say, yeah, okay, I'm glad this didn't take up any of your all's time, or not. That matter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and we can do that.
Thank you.
Claudia?
I guess I'm the last one. First, I want to say I really appreciate Brad's summary of the rationale of why we're getting in the weeds on these things. I always appreciate the big picture, and that's what I would focus on in my comments as well. When I'm being dramatic and talking about planning and development in Boulder and the goals that we have here, I often like to say, like, in my lifetime, please. And I think that's really getting to the heart of the matter as some of the things we're dealing with. I'm comfortable with most everything that was brought up tonight. My overall take on these rules is that we put a lot of limits on planning and development change through things like our use tables, zoning, et cetera, in the code, that we should actually try to reduce some of the administrative barriers that come along with that, and work on reducing the number of weak veto points that we have in the system. As a new member of the planning board, I obviously want to stay relevant for the next 5 years. In that sense, it is hard to give up some kinds of authority over things that we might be seeing here. I definitely recognize that. But I also think that for the most part, we here on planning board are not necessarily here to be code experts. That's what we have staff for. My colleague Kurt is maybe an exception there. He is an incredible code expert. But most of us are here because we have more holistic skills to supplement some of what staff brings and to represent other skills in the community. So I would say, yes, let's let staff do their thing when it comes to some of the smaller details, and let's let boards like planning board focus on what we can do best.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we go to a motion? Okay. Anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion. Now, is this written?
Yeah, it should be written. Yeah,
Okay.
there it is. It's up on the screen. Do you see it?
Okay. So I move that planning board recommends that city council adopt ordinance 8622, amending Title IX Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to simplify certain development review processes and setting forth related details.
Second.
Is this where we can make an amendment or an addition? I would like to propose that we return to a one planning board member call-up. As mentioned for my rationale, this has never been an issue for planning board. And I want to be cautious about making change for change's sake. And it is also inconsistent, I believe, with how the public interacts on this particular issue. So that's my recommended change.
I will second it. State that as a motion, and I'll second that.
Okay.
So you would move to. I wrote this down. Move to strike the requirement for 2 planning board members requirement to call up an item.
Yeah, there you go. So I will move to amend the two-person planning board call-up and return it to a single planning board member to call up an item.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion on that? Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, I agree with that. As I stated in my earlier commentary, I don't actually have a problem with two-person call-up threshold. I think that in a lot of ways that may make sense, but to have a two-person call-up threshold and a one public person appeal threshold to me does not make sense. So I will be supporting this.
Okay. All right. So do
We vote on the amendment.
you want to vote on the amendment first, and then the motion?
Yeah, we vote on the amendment, and then if the amendment passes,
then we vote on it.
Then it becomes incorporated into the main motion.
That's correct.
Okay, great. All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment. Mark,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
and Mason.
No.
Okay. All right, the amendment passes, so it'll be incorporated into the main motion. Do we need to restate the motion with the amendment? Hello?
Only if it's not clear to everybody what's.
Hmm?
Only if it's not clear to everyone
Okay.
what the motion is
I
at this
think
point.
it is. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the main motion. Go ahead, Mark,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
ML,
Yes.
Mason,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. That concludes that public hearing. Thanks, everyone, and thank you, especially Lisa and staff and everyone's hard work on that. All right, give me a second to get back to my agenda. Yeah. All right. The rest of the stuff should be pretty quick. We're talking about appointing board liaisons. We have 4 boards to appoint liaisons and backup liaisons to. I'll pull that up. Give me a second here. Well, they're Housing Advisory Board,
Transportation
DAB.
Advisory Board.
Transportation Advisory Board, and Greenways.
Design Advisory Board.
Yeah, DAB.
And Greenways, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, design, not, someone said transportation, or maybe I heard, no.
No.
Okay, all right.
So we need a primary and an alternate.
Landmarks. And landmarks.
Landmarks, housing, DAB, Greenways. 4.
Yeah. Kurt's volunteering for all 4.
Nice try.
Yeah, there's no tab.
My question is where this list of 4 comes from. Is this just tradition? Because thinking about it, sort of from first principles, I don't think that this is the 4, if we chose 4 boards to have liaisons to, this is not, to me, the most logical set of 4 boards to have liaisons to. In particular, I don't see that there's a huge amount of benefit to having a liaison to the Landmarks Board. I mean, occasionally planning or zoning related things comes up in landmarks, but I served on Landmarks Board for 3 years and it was extremely rare. Whereas Transportation Advisory Board, I think would be a much more logical board to have a liaison to. They're dealing with land use and planning kinds of things frequently, in particular when concept plans are referred to them by city council, as has been happening quite a bit lately. And then it would be extremely useful, I think, to have.
Well, why don't we do this?
planning
Not to cut you too short. Is
Yeah.
why don't we do have these 4 that we occupy for ex officios, I suggest we place people in these 4, and then if you want to suggest tab, and maybe the idea of tab, or maybe deleting one for the next go around, let's go ahead and have that discussion.
No,
separately.
Well, and that might be something you guys can even talk about at your upcoming retreat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify that the code actually requires an ex officio appointment to both the Landmarks Board and HAB.
Okay.
There's no such requirement for DAB. That's just been done for a long time because DAB often sees the same projects that come in front of you.
So it would be, and I was just going to say, it would be an ordinance change to remove one of us from, as ex
Landmarks.
officio from Landmarks.
That's
And
correct.
Housing Advisory Board.
Yeah.
And the Greenways Committee, I think it consists of members of different boards and they advise on Greenways projects. I think they only meet once or twice a year, maybe when a Greenways project requires, when there's no other board that's directly responsible for making a recommendation and it's just a Greenways project, and maybe also a recommendation on the capital improvement projects.
And just to respond to that, I had heard that Greenways had not met for many years now.
That's actually not true. So I've served on the Greenways Committee twice for TAB, and they do meet. And actually, anyway, I without going into it too much, I think it's something that actually needs and deserves attention, and I'm gunning for the seat this year.
That's great.
Well,
Does
how about a
anyone else-
nomination?
Does
Yeah.
anyone oppose Mark being in the Greenway seat? All right, Mark's got it. All right, that's
Okay,
the-
who wants the
first.
plum backup position?
I'll take the backup position,
All
Mark.
right, ML.
Okay,
ML will be
okay.
the backup position.
There we go.
Now we're getting cooking.
Before we go further with this, could you summarize, please, what the requirements, like
Okay.
time-wise, for these positions are, please?
So Greenways is easy peasy.
It
It's
meets
one
once
meeting
a
a
year.
year. Landmarks, I think, is probably the most intense. They meet, how often do they meet?
Monthly.
Yeah, once a month.
Monthly. And the packet's like a planning board packet. I mean, it can be like a planning board packet. It can
And
be
is the liaison required to be, is it expected to be at all meetings?
at
of that-
those,
of
but
that
you have a
board?
backup. So
Okay.
we're gonna appoint a backup too.
Okay, thank you.
Housing Advisory Board meet what?
Monthly.
Monthly, and DAB meets when?
Yeah, when they need to. It's typically every other month.
Yeah. So I would say Landmarks and HAB are probably the more intense ones.
Okay, and then fixed meeting times, I know that HAB is, what, a Wednesday evening?
Yeah.
But I don't know the other boards.
Landmarks is first Wednesday
Wednesday.
of the month.
Right.
Time of day?
6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, Deb also meets on Wednesdays at 4 p.m.
All right. With that exciting news in mind, would anyone care? I've already served on Landmarks. I think it's a really interesting board for planning board members, just because there's so much history about the city and you cover adjacent topics. Anyone interested in that?
I'll sell it a little bit. So I'm the current one coming off, and I thought it was going to be less interesting, and I found it fascinating. And yes, the packets can be big, but the staff is really excellent. And so, and since you're not voting, the pre-work, maybe I'll divulge, it's not huge as the non-voting member. Staff does a great job in the presentation. So, it's not, I didn't put the kind of work we do into planning board packet. But like George says, great history and great staff, and you can influence the board while not voting. And I think they're very appreciative sometimes of a planning board member's input into some areas when sometimes parking comes up or other things. And
Well, I'll make one more sell on it, which I really enjoy. I think the most Marcy was doing Landmarks when I was there, and we would do when something specific came up, there there would be a tour of the site where the landmarks members would meet and review that site. And I thought that was super interesting. I think I had 2 tours in mind that were really, really very, very interesting. So anyways, we don't have to, if no one is interested, we can skip to the next board.
Or is someone interested?
Well, I would be willing to do it. I was hoping to allow one of the people who have not served on Landmarks Board to do it. But if the other people are not interested, I could take it on.
All right, Kurt.
You seem to be thinking.
Claudia,
No, I'm not. I have a statement.
Claudia or Mason, you guys interested in being the backup?
I could potentially be a backup if necessary, but I cannot commit additional weeknight evenings because of childcare and work. So I'm here Tuesdays, and beyond that, it's very, very hit and miss.
That's where I am too, frankly. So I'm happy to be a backup, but right this year, feeling a little strapped.
And I would, given your guys' personal situation, Kurt, if you wanted to take it, I would be happy to be the backup. If unless you guys, I'm not trying to take it away from you. I'm just saying you don't even have to sign up for backup.
Well, and here's the important thing. If a backup can't if the primary can't make the meeting and the backup can't meet, it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not.
It doesn't change really any outcomes.
Yes.
So that's something to consider. All right, but why don't we do that? Kurt and Mark. Let's go to Housing Advisory Board. Anybody interested in that? Housing Advisory Board, kind of adjacent to Planning Board.
We sort of have the same problem.
Yeah, I agree.
When does HAB meet?
1 second.
Does anybody know?
We're checking.
Looking it up.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out how I had served on HAB, DAB, and Landmarks, but I've only been here 2 years. I don't know how that worked.
HAB meets
You're
on
an
the
overachiever.
HAB meets on the 4th Wednesdays of each month at 6 p.m.
Wednesdays.
And I'll say that because HAB is not quasi-judicial, and so your input there, I felt was more constructive and more germane to being a planning board member. So if that sells it at all, I think it's I think you can make some real influence there.
With that said, and just to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you're an ex officio, you're representing Planning Board, not yourself.
Right.
Which is important, because when you're talking about influence, everyone has different positions, and it's important to represent Planning Board and not yourself in these
Right.
roles.
Yeah, I want to qualify that a little bit more. You're not speaking on behalf of the planning board because you don't know what your fellow board members would say, but I think your role is to speak as a planning board member with the experience of what the board does and bringing in that perspective.
And you're liaising,
Yeah.
right? So that's important, I think.
I'll volunteer for HAB.
Oh, ML, excellent. Does anyone want to be?
Well, Landmarks is something, I'm glad you guys took it, because I was backup, I guess, whenever, and it's too hard. These are real people with real implications right there. And it hurt too much to be on Landmarks. I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope I don't.
Landmarks
end
is
up
hard.
there. So I'm happy to be on HAB.
Is anyone interested in being a backup on HAB?
Standing in people's bedrooms,
George, are you taking nothing?
I'm sorry?
Are you not volunteering for anything?
I'm interested in DAB. I have not been involved
cool.
in DAB. I'm similar to Mason and Claudia, right? I mean, I've got childcare. Being remote has been helpful, just with kids at home and stuff like that. However, I do think it's important to diversify as a planning board member and get your feet under you for different things. And DAB is one that I have not served on before. I've served on landmarks and greenways.
And DAB meets remotely as well.
And DAB reads Momo.
Mhm.
Perfect. So I will be I would be happy to be the first on DAB just because I've never done it and I'm interested. So if you guys are okay with that.
Cool.
Does anyone want to be the second on DAB? I think that's a super interesting board too, because it is relevant to planning board.
And that one is not actually required. It's just
that
been a
one's not-
practice for a long time.
Okay.
I just came
Well-
off of DAB, so I
would back up. I'll fine.
You want to be a backup on?
Yeah, sure.
DAB?
Backup on HAB.
Okay. Does anyone want to be a backup on HAB? It would be nice to have a backup. If you can't make it, I don't think anyone's gonna be bummed out. Anybody?
She said she couldn't.
All right.
You know, Laura, well,
All right, we're gonna put Laura on
yeah,
there.
Laura didn't
well,
want,
as a backup, it's not full-time.
A backup is nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Okay.
fine. Okay. All right. Good. We have our list. Can I do you have this or do you need me to? You got it.
And
do you want me to run through it real quick?
Sure, if you want to. I
Yeah.
have
So
it all.
DAB, George, backup Mark, HAB, ML, backup Laura, landmarks, Kurt, backup Mark, and Greenways, Mark, backup ML. Okay.
and I think it's an excellent idea to, at our retreat, to revisit the whole list and concept of which things we liaise with. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's a good segue into our another matters item to talk about the retreat committee appointments. And then I think Thomas is going to work on trying to wrangle us all together into a date. But I think that was one of the other things we wanted to accomplish tonight was get a couple of volunteers to figure out an agenda. And I think it was Kurt and Mark last year.
It was Kurt and I,
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I have a feeling it's going to be Kurt and Mark this year.
You guys were so good.
You guys are really, really good.
But it's an opportunity for involvement. I can't tell you enough how great it is. So.
We did it last
I would bow out just because Ari chairing is a bunch of stuff to focus on for me.
Kurt?
I have to go back.
All right.
Okay. It's really.
We'll help you. We'll help you guys. I mean,
Okay,
we'll help
okay.
you guys.
Well, I think most of the agenda setting is really happens under matters. I
Yeah.
think you guys
Yeah.
just bring
Yeah.
forward
Yeah,
some.
we'll help.
Yeah.
We'll make sure to help you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
We actually did remarkably little last year.
I resemble that remark.
You can meet the high standard.
Does anyone have other matters to bring up?
I think
City
the
council recess. What is that
Yeah,
about?
so I think we just wanted to make sure that we'll see if typically the planning board would take a recess around the same dates as council.
Which is when?
The June 28th through July 7th.
Sounds great.
So if that works, then we can go ahead and put that on the calendar. And then people can start scheduling vacations.
So will we still have the board meeting that week on June 25th?
It is a fourth, let's see, I'm sorry. That's
Because that 28th, June 28th is a Friday, and then
Right.
that goes through.
Mhm.
Sunday, July 7th.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we would still keep the 25th open for a potential meeting. It's the third, I'm sorry, though.
The July 2nd meeting
Second.
is the one we'll cancel.
There would be no July 2nd meeting, and there'll
Okay.
be no meeting on July 9th either, because it's a second Tuesday.
I think if it makes sense to do that for city council and no one has opposition,
Yeah.
and it makes sense for everybody on staff, like that makes sense to, I mean, it's probably more you guys than us.
Hella, do they need to vote on that since they adopt the schedule at the beginning of the year? Or maybe only council does that? Or maybe you'll vote at a future meeting if we don't know off the head.
I don't think we ever voted on the schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember voting on the schedule to begin with.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just not schedule anything that day.
Sure.
Brad, do you have something you're?
I do have a few things. So,
Sorry,
What did-
can I just quickly interrupt just about calendar also? We have a meeting scheduled for the 28th of May, but nothing on the calendar. Do you know if that's happening?
As of right now, we don't have anything. I would like to keep it open for another week just in case.
Okay, great, thanks.
Brad?
Just a couple closing thoughts. One, I appreciate the comment that landmarks seems hard. If it helps you feel better, they think planning board's hard. So you all appreciate each other. So that's nice. We always appreciate your time and recognize that this is volunteering work. So thanks so much for your time tonight, as always. And thank you especially for recognizing the work that staff is doing relative to our processing administration and acknowledging the thoughtfulness of that. So I appreciate that just as the director. I did want to just share a little bit of feedback. One of the items that came up earlier, and this isn't a critique of an opinion or even dissuading an opinion around this, but just about affordable housing and the in lieu. Housing and Human Services over the last year has made a couple of different presentations to council, and some of those have included additional leakage fees and things like that. And out of that has come some data that shows that the city is actually able to leverage the in lieu better than on-site affordable housing, which is not to say that it doesn't have its space. But do know that from a policy standpoint, there's been a little bit of a shift in terms of emphasis and support from that. And again, that's not to say you need to hold that opinion. I just wanted to share where some of the discussion's been going over the last year and make you aware of that. The last thing, just in this kind of safe space of having a relatively straightforward application that you approved for the affordable housing, obviously not any controversy, nothing like that, but maybe just to share kind of a best practice reminder is that before the public hearing has taken place, I just want to advise you or remind you that making comments like this is a good project or it seems supportable when you're still in the stage of asking questions of staff or it's an extension of the staff presentation is the type of thing that can get us in trouble if there's a more controversial case or such, because it suggests that there's prejudgment before hearing the facts of the case and public testimony and those types of things. So just a reminder, be a little careful of those things and hold the opinions to after the public hearing. So all's good. Just wanted to use that space to provide a reminder.
Good advice.
Thanks. And that's all I've
I
got.
appreciate that reminder.
It's easy to forget in the moment, especially when everything's copacetic. So
I had a quick thing. I think it's a Charles question. I was driving by the new Moxie Hotel on Broadway last week. And I remarked to myself, and I was going to send an email. And I was like, you know what? I want to bring up a plan board because I want some memory back on this. So there is, as you're driving up Broadway, there's a wall on the building, a brick wall. It's got some brick articulation. And that was, as I recall, supposed to be, and it was pretty unanimous across the board. It was supposed to be this art feature wall thing. Do you recall, you know what I'm talking about? It was supposed to be like an art in public places. The developer was going to do something artistic there. I'm assuming that's why there's that brick articulation or whatever it is. What I found disturbing was that slapped in the middle of that wall is a giant Moxie sign. And my question is, am I remembering that correctly? And if I am, why is the Moxie sign there? Is it because we couldn't codify that? Or am I just completely misremembering that?
I'll be honest with you, that was a really long time ago. I'd need to go back and look at the record on that one, unless you can recall. I remember that I recall discussions about the art wall, but I don't know how that was memorialized in conditions or in the plans.
Yeah, I remember the discussion too. I suspect we drafted a condition about it, but I don't remember it well enough off the top of my head.
And the sign code's the sign code. You get a certain amount of signage to put on the building, but I can go back on the record.
I would just be interesting because if we intended for an art wall to be there and to have their logo slapped in the middle of it, it just feels wrongish. So anyways, but I'd be curious either way because I do remember that being a discussion, and I just didn't remember how or if that was codified in our approval.
Yeah, that makes two of us, but I'm happy to go back and follow up with the board.
Thank you.
You bet.
Anybody else have any other matters or thoughts? I think we already did the calendar check. Is there anything else we need to talk about calendar-wise? We're just keeping the 28th open for a week or so.
Nothing for me.
Ella, any words of wisdom?
Nothing for me.
All right, I think we're adjourned then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.